Oh, did anybody sleep after last night? I mean, come on. Game of the year for the 49ers. Sunday night football. Chicago Bears coming to town. One seed in play. The Bears clinched their division, but they're fighting for home field advantage. And Brock Purdy, man, what can you say about the quarterback? That is why they paid the man. So, yeah, the hours are a little bit different today. We got 7 to 11. In for Murph and Marcus, it is Silver and JD. And JD, you work as hard as anybody going from place to place. I know you were monitoring the Warriors in the first part of the day. That didn't quite go as planned for them at the end, but for the 49ers, they just keep finding ways to stack wins. And even going into the season, did we think that we'd be talking about a 12-win team? Well, it doesn't matter because we can talk, we can bring in insiders, we can yap this and that all we want. All that matters is what happens when they play the games. And wow, 42 to 38, your final. Good to be with you, and good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And they just keep finding ways. As you mentioned, great to be with you here on this Monday morning. A victory Monday for the 49ers, a victory Monday for 49er fans all across the Bay and all across the globe. And wow, I mean, that's all you can say. There are some games that just sit with you throughout the night and even on into the next day. I think they'll be talking about this 49ers-Bears game potentially as the greatest regular season game in Levi's Stadium history, I think, for years to come. But what an unbelievable performance again from Brock Purdy. And we've talked a lot on every show about what the template has to be for the 49ers if they are going to be able to make a run toward the Super Bowl and Super Bowl 60 and running the table and playing all these games at Levi's Stadium, which was just off the chain in terms of intensity, in terms of emotion, in terms of just sheer crowd noise. It was unbelievable last night out at Levi's Stadium, and for the 49ers to continue to figure it out and continue to find a way to outscore teams and come up with just enough stops, barely by the skin of their teeth, to prevail in these games, to continue the winning streak, and now set themselves up for a game against Seattle that's going to be for the 1 seed on Saturday night. I mean, just unbelievable. I mean, awesome, unbelievable, spectacular. I mean, just a tremendous, tremendous evening at Levi's last night, and what a job to lead the way after spotting the Chicago Bears 7 immediately, but for Brock Purdy and the offense to put up 42 from there and prevail in the biggest moments. Just an incredible night out at Levi's.
808 KMBR, the number to join the conversation for the next 4 hours. We've also got the YouTube chat open. I see people filtering in. Here from 7 to 11 in for Murph and Marcus, it is Silver and JD, and 42 to 38 over the Bears. I mean, we've been saying it all month long, really, but I'd say really ever since Fred Warner went down. The mantra of the defense has been bend but don't break, and I know that's a cliche that gets overused. It was a lot of breaking last night, and we can get into the defense all throughout this show. The big focus here to start is Brock Purdy and what he did with the offense. But as far as the defense goes, look, it was a lot of breaking and not bending, and this was a big test for not only the Chicago Bears and Caleb Williams playing a playoff-like game before he plays his first ever true playoff game. It was a test for the 49ers who all season long, for better or worse, it's been talked about that they've had the last place schedule. And yeah, they've benefit from playing against some lower caliber teams. The Colts were a little bit better, and we got into that with Phillip Rivers coming out the way he did in the first half. The Chicago Bears was certainly the toughest test that they have faced since they saw the Rams that got blown out at Levi's Stadium at home. And so the defense did do a lot of breaking, but where it held strong was just enough at the very end. Now, did Caleb Williams miss a couple of spots? He could have found an open man and maybe a walk-in touchdown. Sure, we can get into all of that. But the bottom line is they just keep finding ways. And now, all of a sudden, JD, this headline of Fred Warner making a possible return if the 49ers can get to an NFC championship. Look, I don't really like to get ahead of myself when it comes to those sort of headlines and waiting for a player to come back from injury. And even if they're able to come back, what version of themselves is out there? All that being said, the 1 seed conversation is as real as it's ever been this morning, where they not only control their destiny, it's one game, against a division opponent, and it's not going to be an easy game by any stretch. It's going to be something we dive into all week long. But if they are able to beat the Seahawks and get the 1 seed, we're hypothetically talking about win one playoff game at home, and you might have Fred Warner back for a potential NFC championship. I mean, along with everything else that's gone with the 49ers season, that's just something that didn't even feel in the realm of possibility a few weeks ago.
Well, and what an emotional lift it would be if it winds up coming to fruition. But there's at least one, if not two, and potentially more games that the 49ers are going to have to play and win to make that a reality. And it would be an unbelievable emotional lift, I think, for the 49ers. And you just look, and one of the lasting images, I think, of last night's game is going to be the 49ers getting the stop as the clock strikes 0 and they prevail with the 42-38 victory, and just defender after defender as Caleb Williams' pass falls incomplete in the end zone. Defender after defender just falling down in sheer exhaustion from Tatum Bethune on down the line. I mean, to have a team leave it all out there. And again, I know it wasn't the best night for the defense, but the defense did just enough to be able to allow them to win. But the sheer exhaustion, it looked like a team that surely would appreciate any kind of spiritual and emotional lift that they could get, let alone if Fred was able to actually be, more of a significant contributor. But Fred's spirit was there last night. He was all over the joint. He blew the horn pregame. He was on the scoreboard multiple different times. And so there's no question if Fred can come back, kind of set that aside from now, it would be just an unbelievable, honestly, considering the injury, feat for him to be able to do it. But I think the focus, at least for now, has to be on the 49ers that got the job done last night and the 49ers that are going to have to try to continue to get the job done against Seattle coming up on Saturday and beyond.
So it's obviously hard to not have Papa in today, and I know he was expecting to make a return to the booth last night, but health over everything. And as I said, from the moment he came back to the show, we're going to be with him every step of the way in this. So whether he does the show tomorrow, whether we see him next week, whether he's in the booth on Sunday or not, he's a big part of this as well. And something that I kept bringing up with him when he returned back to the show, JD, is, look, Warner goes down. You're going to get offensive reinforcements. I know we hammered in the 30 for Purdy during the Super Bowl year, but that's kind of the team they have to be. And it's been a lot closer to 35 for Purdy. I mean, I don't know what they've been averaging updated numbers now that they dropped 42 last night, but they're hitting the 40 mark 3 different times now since he's come back. And so I think as much as the defense has flaws, it is a fair discussion to think, hey, how far can the offense carry this team? Because if Brock Purdy's playing the level that we've seen in recent weeks, he certainly looks as healthy as he has at any point in this entire season. You hope that Trent Williams and the hamstring injury is nothing too severe. You hope that George Kittle can come back, and you hope that Ricky Pearsall, who, even though he was back, he got immediately banged up on that first catch he made. You hope he can just stay out there and the offense can continue to find ways to score points, because there is a recipe for if the 49ers are going to do something in the playoffs. And it's not going to be by winning these defensive battles that you might have seen in 2019. They're going to have to run the ball, but even so, at times the run game has been inconsistent. It's going to have to be Brock Purdy continuing to elevate, the offense putting up points. And look, if they're doing it at the level we've seen, it's not out of the realm of possibility that this team can do something special.
They're going to have to do it the way they did it last night. And they're going to have to do it the way they did it basically in Indy, which is score in what feels like not literally every possession, but what feels like every possession. They're going to have to put points on the board and touchdowns on the board as they did last night, ending up with the 6 touchdown output to get to 42 and win that game. And maybe they had to get an extra 7 because of the 7 that they gave up right off the bat to go down 7-0. But it's just we've seen it. We've talked about it. And I think it regardless of opponent, maybe it's not quite 42 against a team like Seattle, but Seattle's going to have a better defense, obviously, in play coming to Levi's on Saturday. Each individual matchup is different, But I think the state of the 49ers defense, and we know why, because of the injuries to Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, we know why it is the way that it is for this team on the defensive side of the ball, that the onus is going to have to be on the offense to set the tone and to be able to set a bar that other teams can't quite match. Take the pressure off the defense, make it about a key third down stop here. Niners got a couple of those in the first half, didn't get as many in the second half. Make it about holding a team to a field goal when you're scoring touchdowns. That ultimately proved to be the difference in the game last night, with the 49ers putting up the 6 touchdowns, and even with the one offensive touchdown that was gifted to the Bears there to begin the game. The 49er defense ends up giving up just the 4 touchdowns plus the field goal. So you'll take it if you're going to put 6 touchdowns up on the board. And again, it's difficult to ask the 49ers offense to do that every single week. Eventually, maybe it winds up biting them. We can dissect it at that point if it goes down that way. But for now, it's just ride the hot hand, and the hot hand is Brock freaking Purdy. What an amazing performance for a second consecutive week. I mean, he's playing as well as he's ever played for the San Francisco 49ers.
No question about it. And that goes even back to the Super Bowl year when he was an MVP candidate in 2023. The Brock Purdy that we have seen since he has returned to the lineup is taking this thing to a different level and doing it with fewer offensive weapons and a much further decimated defense. 808 KMBR, the number to join the conversation. Great to see a lot of people already filtering in the YouTube chat. Good morning to you all. We've got John Joe Curley and Raph hanging in our Daly City studios. So no Murph and Marcus here on this holiday Monday, but if you have to go back to work today, hope we can give you a little bit of entertainment off the heels of a 49ers Sunday night thriller. Tim Ryan joining us at 7:50. We'll talk to Cam Inman of the San Jose Mercury News at 8:50. And as we do every Monday on our midday show, Larry Kruger joining us at 9:30. It's not Papa and Silver. It will be at the 10 o'clock hour. It's JD and Silver in for Murph and Marcus here on your crazy Monday morning on the Sports Leader.
Purdy takes the snap. He turns, play action, bootleg left. He's looking, he pumps. Now he's backpedaling. Now he tucks the ball away. He's going to run. Now he's going to throw to Juszczyk for the touchdown. Touchdown, 49ers, and a beauty. And the 49ers are back in front.
And Brock is doing the Dougie again.
I saw juice that I was hoping he would throw it to him right away. Get like a 3-yard gain and a big hit. It wasn't the coverage I really wanted the play for. And then he didn't do it, so then I was just hoping he was going to throw it away and we could have a couple more downs. And then I just started watching him, probably like every other fan does, and he made me extremely nervous, and then he made me extremely happy.
It's a relatable one, Kyle Shanahan. Brock Purdy with the play of the night that was circulating everywhere in the national circles. It is Silver and JD in for Murph and Marcus here on this Monday morning. A little bit of different hours. We'll be with you from now up until 11 o'clock, and then we got some bowl games. Then we got a little afternoon edition of Dirty Work with Depop and Carlos Ramirez, and that is where we got to start today, JD. Brock freaking Purdy and the play he made, and yeah, it's fun when he hits the Dougie and everything, but just take the name Brock Purdy out of this. This is why you pay a quarterback big money. This is why you sign them to a $50+ million average annual salary kind of extension. You throw a pick six on your first pass, and in doing so, you lose your left tackle and Trent Williams. Then it's also a game where the defense isn't necessarily making your job any easier. You have to continue finding answers over and over and over again. Not to mention, you don't have one of your top security blankets in a George Kittle. So take the 6 feet 5/8 of an inch out of it. Take the Mr. Irrelevant, drafted at 262, and the fact that he had all this talent surrounded with him with a great established coach when he was on a rookie deal. Just take all of that out of it and all the circumstances that people get so charged up about when they're talking about Brock Purdy. When you pay for a franchise quarterback, that is what you pay for. You don't pay for someone just because they have the talents of a Lamar Jackson or a Josh Allen or a Patrick Mahomes and guys that are in the upper echelon of the sport. When you decide to pay for a franchise quarterback, you pay for somebody that can win that type of game, overcome a couple of mistakes, not get a lot of support from the outside areas of the ball, and just find ways to make plays. Brock Purdy, that was one of the best examples we've seen of it in his entire career, and maybe the best play he's ever made last night.
You pay him because you want him to be able to perform at a top 5 elite level, and the debate always wages on as to, what does Brock need to be able to perform at that type of a level? Can he do it consistently in the playoffs? Those kinds of things. But if there are questions still as to his ability to do it, he's answering most, if not all of them here with the way that he's performing in the last couple of weeks. And look, this is already a quarterback that's helped lead the 49ers to a Super Bowl and to a lead even in overtime of a Super Bowl where ultimately they came up short. But you look at the circumstances that have put the 49ers in the position they're in this season, and Brock Purdy coming off of the injury that he's coming off of, and everybody across the league knowing what the 49ers have to do on a game-in, game-out basis offensively just to be competitive and in a position to win games, and then for him to be able to go out with everybody knowing it and do it, and do it again and again and again, and last night do it even after spotting the Bears a 7 there early. It's impressive. I mean, the ability, I think, last night to bounce back off of the early turnover is as impressive as anything I think we've seen. I mean, to immediately go down and answer that Bears score with a score of your own, just a hell of a response to make it a 7-7 game, and then, teams exchange a couple of punts. The 49ers able to force a couple 3-and-outs and punts, and when you get the ball back tied, to go up 14-7, and then go up 21-14, and then go up 28-21 before halftime, and ultimately it winds up being a tie game at 28. But to continue to answer when Chicago was putting it on you and putting it on your defense in the manner that they were as the game went on is just impressive as hell. And then down 3 knowing that basically you got to go get a touchdown if you're going to win the game, and then to do it, I mean, the big third down completions, the changing of the play, the ability to make plays, moving his feet and making throws as he did on the use check play, just spectacular stuff from Brock Purdy, who has performed here at an MVP level. Now, he hasn't played enough this year to be in that conversation legitimately, but if he was available and steady, Brock steady to the level that we've seen him be throughout his career, and then had the run that he's been on here, going all the way back through the back end of this winning streak and helping potentially lead the 49ers to the 1 seed, that's MVP level stuff. That's Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes level stuff that we've seen from Brock here over the course of the last month.
I mean, he's got 10 touchdowns, whether you combine the passing and rushing, over the last 2 weeks. He's got 2 turnovers to go with it, so 1 interception in each game. And the offense has scored 41 points against the Colts, excluding the D. Winters pick 6, and then 42 last night. And they've essentially needed all of them. Now, I know that if you look at the scores, technically they didn't. But as far as keeping control of the game, yeah, you kind of needed everything you got right there. It was everything from... What were the 49ers' issues last year, JD? It was Brock Purdy trying to do too much, Christian McCaffrey not being available, terrible red zone efficiency, injuries obviously a part of it, and that's the case with a lot of NFL teams. I mean, just look at the Washington Commanders this year, right? Look at what happened with the Chiefs at the end. It's a part of football. But Brock Purdy, to have an answer for everything over and over and over again, that's why you go and pay someone. So I'm not surprised that he bounced back off the pick 6 in terms of mentally and continuing to sling it and be aggressive. I was not fearing some second coming of the Panthers game when he threw 3 interceptions and 8 offensive snaps. What I am really impressed with, though, and want to get your thoughts on, is when you account for the pick 6 and spotting them 7 points right away, also losing your left tackle there on the first play, so immediately you're fighting this great uphill battle. Brock Purdy had to play a near-perfect game from that point forward, and he did. So it's not that he was able to throw the interception and then go be a pro and respond and put up points. I knew they were going to be fine offensively. But to have a bad mistake to start the game and then essentially go perfect for the rest of it and needing every little bit of it, that was where I had a moment of like, whoa, okay, Brock Purdy might be playing at a different level than I would have expected even just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, he's showing it. And again, the other thing that I'll also say, and you mentioned Trent Williams, but not having George Kittle for the 49ers. And how often have we seen through the time that Brock Purdy's been the 49ers starting quarterback that you start taking weapons away and things don't just they don't quite look the same. They don't quite look as explosive. They go from a team that has had this thing dialed in recent weeks from being a team that, all right, 27-30, and now it's 35, and now it's getting into the 40s. Historically, when you take a George Kittle away, it impacts the running game, but it impacts the explosiveness in everything that the 49ers look to do. And last night, specifically, Brock was not going to be denied. There was no drop-off for the 49er offense in a game last night where you took away one of Brock's favorite weapons. He got the ball to Ricky Pearsall 5 times. He got the ball to Jake Tonjes 7 times on 9 targets. Tonjes basically was the poor man's George Kittle in the game last night with the 7 catches, led the team in receptions with the 7, led the team in targets. So from a passing game standpoint, maybe you can't run everything that you would run in going to Kittle, but it looked an awful lot like Jake Tonjes was doing his George Kittle impersonation. But Brock elevating the play of somebody like a Jake Tonjes and elevating the play of everybody around him, that's been the one thing that I think at times has been in question when this team has faced some adversity in some other positions. And at times it's led people to question whether or not he can consistently perform at the level of a top 5 quarterback in the league. The other guys that are basically, they're in and around his new pay grade with the deal that he had signed on the extension. So impressive in that historically, when things aren't maybe as good around him, his play can decline. That has not been the case and was not the case last night, given some adverse circumstances. And I think it's a testament to his improvement, I think, and growth in the offense and ability to sling it and make plays while also not making the critical mistake or overcoming a mistake that for a lot of quarterbacks could prove to be critical, like the pick six off the top of the game. But, he answered the bell in just about every way possible last night.
Well, and if you're taking any parts of last night as a sample for what they have to face ahead, it's that the margin for error for Brock Purdy and for this offense is going to be pretty slim in all regards when you're going against other playoff caliber opponents. Then again, you want to keep scoring in the 40s. It has to be a discussion that this team is in the conversation for doing something special, and that can start with even before the playoffs by getting the number 1 seed. You mentioned Jake Tonjes, and I'm thinking last night, man, it's the Jake Tonjes game. And then I'm like, well, I mean, the Rams game, the upset on Thursday Night Football was kind of the Jake Tonjes game. And the whole reason that we're even having this brawl for it all number 1 seed coming up on Saturday night is that Jake Tonjes made an incredible catch filling in for George Kittle on no notice there in week 1 in Seattle. So when we come on back, let's get into the Kyle Shanahan of it, the Christian McCaffrey of it, all of the pieces that are making this offense continue to work and being capable of carrying a team whose defense still has a lot to show for. Tim Ryan joining us at 7:50. YouTube chat open, text line open, phone lines are open at 808-KNBR. It's Silver and JD in for Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
I mean, he's a Hall of Fame coach. So, I mean, to be able to have him draw up stuff and scheme stuff up for us and put guys in certain positions and for us to just go out and execute, be on top of our stuff every single play, we're grateful to be playing for him, man. So, obviously, every single week he goes all in and gives everything he's got for this team, this organization, to make sure we're put in the right positions and to go out and have a chance. And so anytime we step out in the field with him as our play caller, man, we're always going to have a chance.
Brock Purdy speaking on Kyle Shanahan, calls him a Hall of Fame coach. And those soup people, when they continue to work in lockstep, the 49ers are capable of special things on that side of the ball, as you saw last night. It's Silver and JD filling in for Murph and Marcus here on your Monday morning. A little bit of change in the hours, so we're here from 7 all the way until 11 o'clock. Then we got some bowl games and dirty work. We'll take it after that. It'll be Carlos Ramirez and Depop. And JD, just to continue diving into Brock Purdy before Tim Ryan joins us coming up in about 15 minutes. Great text here from the 209. It says, Brock is the best quarterback in the NFL outside of Matthew Stafford in this 2-month stretch. And I think as we get closer to the playoffs, which we know the 49ers and the Chicago Bears are going to be a part of, that is a good way to step back and look at the type of football he has been playing right now. Now, you want to say in the entire NFL and look at the AFC, I don't know, Drake May, I guess Bo Nix had a couple of games. Honestly, I'm not even concerned with the AFC at this point. I would love to be concerned with the AFC, more specifically one team, whoever comes out of it, when we get to early February and there's a Super Bowl here in Santa Clara. But we're a long way from that. And the 49ers haven't even guaranteed that they're going to be playing home games leading up until that, because their division is just so damn good this year. And so when we look at the NFC quarterbacks right now, yeah, Sam Darnold's playing really good ball this year. There's no doubt about it. Caleb Williams last night showed that he has that love for primetime and the clutch moments, but he's still got some growth to do, and we'll see how he looks in a true playoff game. Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl champion, no doubt about it. He also didn't complete a pass in the second half of yesterday's game, and that offense just looks weird as ever. Then you've got Jordan Love, who's injured, and the Packers look like a total mess right now. And whoever it is between Baker Mayfield, who has not looked the same since he got injured against the Rams, and Bryce Young, who we saw earlier this year. I mean, look, that leaves Matt Stafford and Brock Purdy, and Matt Stafford might end up being the MVP. So when you talk about Brock Purdy playing MVP-level football, of course, he's not going to win that award or be anywhere close, and he missed 8 starts. Mac Jones saved the season. There's no doubt about it. But Mac Jones ain't making that play that we just talked about in detail with Brock Purdy hitting the Dougie, shaking a couple defenders, and finding Kyle Juszczyk. This is not only MVP-level football. I agree with you. This is the best football that we have seen him play in his young career.
It is, and he has been on that level as to 1 or 1A in terms of quarterbacks in the NFC. When you look at the numbers and going back since the Carolina game where he has the 3 interceptions, and you look at it, from that point on, and it's 12 touchdowns and 2 interceptions for Brock Purdy. He's got a couple rushing touchdowns as well in there. That's going back to November the 30th at Cleveland. If you go back to November the 30th for Matt Stafford, by comparison, and I'm doing just the quick math on it, he had a couple of picks and another fumble lost in a game at Carolina that put the Rams in a tough spot that they lost on that November 30 date. So two touchdowns and 2 picks there. He had 3 touchdowns against Arizona, so 5-2, 7-3. He's got 10 touchdowns and 3 interceptions over that span, over that same span where Brock has had 12-2 basically. So you could make the case that Brock's even played better than Matthew Stafford has over that stretch. There's no question he's the hottest of the quarterbacks going into the final week of the regular season. And maybe Drake May's got a conversation for that, given what he has been able to do the last couple of weeks. But you're right, that's the AFC. Let's focus more on the NFC, and that's the number one thing here that gives the 49ers a chance, despite all the injuries on the defensive side of the ball. It's the level that Brock Purdy has found himself playing here over the course of these last 4 games that he's been on the field is truly second to none in the NFC, and the only guy basically remotely comparable is the guy who does have the Super Bowl championship under his belt in Matthew Stafford.
I also think that we've gone all of this way, and Brock Purdy is deserving of every bit of praise he's going to get this morning. But the one constant for this team, and particularly for this offense this year, has been Christian McCaffrey. Now, we talked about Trent Williams going down and George Kittle not being there from the jump. I wasn't sure if the run game was going to be able to thrive, even though the Bears defense has been a little bit shaky in all three levels this year. They're just very opportunistic. They force a lot of turnovers. You saw it from the jump. But Christian McCaffrey, for the first time in his career, had over 100 rushing yards in the first half. He had his longest run of the year with the 41-yarder when he went out to the left, tiptoed down the sideline, cut it back. That was a beautiful play. And he also joins LaDainian Tomlinson as the only players in NFL history to have 3 seasons with 2,000-plus scrimmage yards and over 15 touchdowns. And so I guess the reason I want to loop McCaffrey into all of this, JD, is that we came in with Brock Purdy talking about Kyle Shanahan, and Kyle decided Brock was the guy very early on, even when it was the rib game up in Seattle, the Thursday nighter, when they weren't sure he was going to be able to go. They decided that as long as he was healthy, that was their guy. Now, the way he got injured at the end of the 2022 season in Philly in the torn UCL, that complicated things because you weren't sure he'd be able to go at the start of the season. And once it was clear in Pittsburgh that he was that quarterback, there was no looking back on that front. But all of those shows we did together in August, Christian McCaffrey was the name that we just kept mentioning over and over and over again. And remember, we were out there in Oakland in the 49ers roundtable, and we were getting ready for the 49ers opener in Seattle. It was right before the kickoff between the Eagles and the Cowboys to start the season. And Christian McCaffrey popped up on the injury report with a calf. And we're all just thinking, here we go again, right? Is he going to be healthy this year? And if he plays, is he going to look like himself? I know that the run numbers in particular have not been that every single week. But as far as the ultimate chess piece to make Brock Purdy thrive and make Kyle Shanahan look like one of the best coaches in the NFL, which he is, but to have that chess piece available for the entirety of the season, we can list everything that's gone wrong and why they're a 12-win team. Reason number one would be that Christian McCaffrey has been available through the thick, through the thin, from start to finish here.
The raw numbers maybe are not there in comparison to prior years, but the impact, I think, has most definitely been there for Christian McCaffrey and what he's allowed just by his presence, just by being able to answer the bell and be out there on the field each and every week. It's impacted things. But I just look at, again, I feel like in prior years, for Brock to play at the level that he's played at, the numbers have almost had to be gaudy for Christian McCaffrey. And you know what? That's not the case right now. It has always felt like, and I think you do a deep dive, and maybe he still is. This is not meant by any means to be a slight to Brock Purdy, but it feels to me, and I'm interested in what you think, it feels to me like Brock Purdy right now is the guy that stirs the drink for the 49ers offense, whereas in years past, since Christian McCaffrey's joined the team, it's been Christian McCaffrey being the straw that stirs the drink, and then everything just kind of gravitates off of that in the pass game and the ability to get the job done. This feels like, no, this is Brock. This is the passing game. Yes, Christian McCaffrey's a part of it in a way that any good running back would be, but it feels, and again, maybe I'm wrong, it feels as if there's less of a significance toward Christian McCaffrey having to be freaking dominant for the 49er passing game to perform at the level that the 49er passing game has performed at here. And a lot of that goes to, I think, the elevation in play for Brock Purdy.
Oh, there's no question about it. As far as the numbers go and who you're going to look at as the driver of the offense, I mean, Brock Purdy got everybody involved last night. And by the way, you'd think Jawan Jennings would be set for a big game with no Kittle out there, Pearsall just coming back. And yes, he had what turned out to be the game-winning touchdown, but he was targeted on that very first play, the pick six. He had another short catch, and for a while, he was doing a whole lot of nothing as far as the stat sheet showed. So you got Demarcus Robinson and Kendrick Bourne and Jake Tonjes, and even Brian Robinson was getting in the action. So it has always been Brock Purdy who has stirred the drink as far as since he's returned. I have no dispute with that. I think with McCaffrey, and what really stands out to me as remarkable is, remember when we were sitting out there at training camp, we did a whole month of speculating about what the season was going to look like for the 49ers, and Christian McCaffrey was sitting across the table from us, and you kind of brought up that touches discussion that everyone would love to bring up. Does he get used too much? Does he need fewer touches? Is Brian Robinson coming in an indicator that it's going to be more of a 1-2 committee? We know Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to take McCaffrey off the field. I guess my larger point is that as it stands this morning, Christian McCaffrey has 399 touches, most in the NFL. And you remember what he said to us with, not in a sour tone, but just a little bit of conviction and intensity. I didn't need less touches when he was talking about his Achilles tendonitis. He was hurt last year. It wasn't an issue of touches. And he continues to back up that statement by having the kind of juice that we saw last night where, yeah, the 41-yard run down the sideline was incredible, and a lot of the extra times he picked up first downs and moved the chains. But to have the workload that he has had this year in a very non-flashy way while allowing Brock Purdy to continue to grow, you know, he has been the ultimate security blanket when your other security blankets like a George Kittle or, as you were expecting at some point in the season, a Brandon Ayuk haven't been available all the time, and they weren't last night.
No, it's been Brock has been able to rise to the occasion. McCaffrey still needed to be a huge part of the equation for the 49ers offensively, and I think his mere presence on the field is the most important thing. It's just a stabilizing impact over everybody, but it has felt like, you know, if McCaffrey either doesn't have it, and he's hardly not had it here these last couple of weeks. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves at over 100 yards in the first half and all of that. If anything, it just goes to show how dynamic the 49ers offense has been when he's performed at that level, and it allows for Brock Purdy to perform at a certain level when he's also got, you know, a guy that's performing as a top-flight wide receiver in Jennings, and then Kittle, who didn't play in the game last night, is a, you know, all-pro, future Hall of Fame type tight end. But you take Kittle away, and they're still able to function, and they plug the next guy in, and the next guy looks kind of like George Kittle, at least in terms of the passing game. So I think, you know, it all works hand in hand, but Brock, I think, gets a lot of credit for elevating his play. Again, it's not a slight to anything he's done in the past. It just seems like he is less dependent on some of the things around him needing to go as well for him to be able to perform at an elite level. And that's the thing, whether it's the defense or whether it's some of the pieces around him, whatever it is, the pressure to put up a ton of points. He and Kyle Shanahan have just been in major lockstep and have helped lead this team to these wins here during this streak. And they're going to have to probably continue it if the streak's going to continue against Seattle and beyond.
All right, we want to take your calls. We want to read your messages at 808-KMBR. But before we get to any of that, our big hit, as always, with Mervin Marcus is talking to Tim Ryan after the game. So it's a Victory Monday, number 12 here for the 49ers. And the 1 seed still in play. Now, Tim Ryan said it. This could be the brawl for it all. And with the way it all played out on Sunday, that's exactly where we're headed Saturday night, 5 o'clock when Seattle comes into town. It's Papa and Silver. It's Murph and Marcus with JD and Silver and Tim Ryan next. So many names here on the Sports Leader.
Coming up later this morning, don't miss T-Rock, Tim Ryan.
That's why Brock is Brock.
He joins Silver and JD at 7:50 for the big hit. He'll break down the Sunday night thriller against the 49ers and Bears. If you do miss it, you can find that interview and all the interviews on the podcast page at dsportsleader.com and on the app.
Well, if there's one person who's going to be energized after last night's game, it is the one and only T-Rock, Tim Ryan. And our time with Tim is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. And normally, Murph and Marcus get these Victory Mondays here with Tim Ryan, and we wait for Thursday for the full hour, but we got a little bit of shuffling around. 49ers don't care about the holiday schedule. They care about what Tim Ryan has coined the brawl for it all. So, Tim, good to have you. You got JD, you got Silver. What a game. And how little did you sleep last night?
I got a good 4 hours in, Silver, which is fine. That's par for the course. Boy, the big hit should be sponsored by Tatum Bethune because he will rock you. Oh my God, he was lighting people up last night. What a win to be at 12-4 right now with, I would think, statistically the best chance to get the number 1 seed in the National Football Conference. And the way that they did it last night, to me, was just a testament of what these guys are from, the top to the bottom. In terms, it was a cultural win. It was a character win. You know the saying that travels around there, do right longer. They did right longer. They made a play at the end on defense a couple of times. The last 2 drives, hold them to a field goal. The tackle that Kalia Davis had ended up being a 3-yard loss on that little underhand screen, and it was hard getting Monungai to the ground. And to rip him down from his waist was such a great play to set up a 3rd and 11 where there was some pressure. The ball fell incomplete, held them to a field goal there. That's when they took the lead, 38-35. And then on the final drive, the heads-up tackle by Diamador Lenore on the slant and lateral, that's a tough play now with everybody trying to keep him out of the end zone and flying down on that slant route. And then, of course, that was classic Ben Johnson. They flip it back on the lateral. Diamador did not bite the cheese, stayed there. First man to set the edge. They were able to make that tackle to give him a chance to win the game. I mean, just a couple of huge plays. And then at the end, it virtually was a 2-man rush, and then Etor was kind of sliding along the line of scrimmage, and he put his foot on the gas pedal once Caleb Williams broke contain, forced him to throw the backpedaling fadeaway. And what an unbelievable job in the end zone by Chase Lucas. You go back and look at that play, and everybody it was frantic. They were trying, the whole stadium, my God, high drama. And everybody's trying to plaster and find weapons and cover. And here comes that rookie tight end who's really damn good, Colston Loveland. He's dragging the back line. Nobody's on him. Chase Lucas, with great eyes, sees it, gets himself into a bit of a pedal, closes the door on that. Caleb, that's where he wanted to go. He couldn't throw that. Then Etor was able to get the pressure, and the ball fell to the turf. So what a win. Do right longer. They made a play. The offense is a freaking juggernaut right now. It's that simple. I mean, the play calling and the execution. No Kittle, no Trent Williams for the whole game. Jake Tonjes, the LG native, Mr. Los Gatos, the Wildcat, just doing his thing as a receiver. And he made so many big plays in big moments. And the first 3rd and 7 on the second drive after the pick 6. And then throughout the game and big downs, 88s making catches, tough catches in traffic, holding on to the football. The Bears are better than anybody at ripping it out. When they needed a touchdown at the end, it was the magnet of Jake Tonjes. 3 defenders converge on him in the hole. Brock layers it right over the top to Juwan Jennings. Clever little move by Juwan, giving a little ground and then getting around Byard, racing to the pylon. My question at that point was, did they score too fast? That Bears offense, run game, pass game, QB game, the playground game that he brings to the table, and as resilient as they are and how they win games at the end, and they've done it all year long, son of a gun, what a victory.
Yeah, incredible, Tim. I got to ask you, what impressed you the most last night about Brock Purdy answering the bell? The offense spots him the touchdown right off the jump, but then it was everything that we've seen here the last couple of weeks from Brock. What stood out the most to you about his game last night?
Yeah, everything, JD. I mean, again, start with the resiliency and the resolve after that was a predetermined. He's throwing the slant versus that off 3 deep look, and that was a great play by their corner, Jalen Johnson, and getting that ball up in the air, and then Edwards was able to get it and take it to the house. So the resiliency and the resolve of Brock, which is, obviously a huge trait for him. But then the processing, and that is a 70% zone team on defense. They do play some man. It didn't matter. Brock was able to diagnose it. And the Brock clock was ticking with precision. It was on time when he was throwing those balls over the middle. And then, what can you say about his ability to move around the pocket and extend plays? Several big moments in that game. He was using his legs and using them efficiently in the pocket. And then when he broke contain, obviously he's a problem. The 8.5-second playground Purdy play was ridiculous. He had Juszczyk early on that play. Didn't deliver it. Ran out, then thought about running it, then did his pirouette to spin back behind the line. No offensive lineman down the field on that, which was incredible. And then eventually finds Juice by himself and puts it on his belly. I'm going to stop calling it the Dougie and start calling it the Brocky. He's doing it all over the field. The great Purdini, the escape artist, what he's able to do with his legs while continuing to be a passer. And then when he does cross the line of scrimmage, saw it at Iowa State and in many of his games, he rushed for a hell of a lot of yards and a lot of touchdowns. He's got the knack. He's got the short area quickness, the vision on when to cut, the little wiggle on the safety, on the zone read play, the keeper where he wouldn't be denied. What a great block it was by Tonjes on that play. So Brock is playing the best football of his career. He's right now, I think, in these last couple of games. These guys in the 6-game winning streak since he returned to the lineup, they're scoring 35 points a game. I said it yesterday going into the game. Both of these offenses are going to be able to move the football. Both defenses hope to get some stops in the red zone and hope to get a couple of takeaways. Well, the Bears got the takeaway on the big one, the pick six. The 49ers got a couple of key stops in the red zone. The Bears did not. The 49ers were a perfect 5 of 5 in the money zone in that game. And if you go back in these last 6, they've averaged 5 red zone trips per game, and they put touchdowns on 22 of them. That's a pretty damn good clip when you start talking about rain, and especially when they're long drives. And there was a couple of short drives last night, but when long drives finish with touchdowns, man, those are backbreakers.
Talking to Tim Ryan here on the Yuma guest line as you were listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, hour number 2 here on this thrilling Monday. Tim, I want to get into the run game. Why was the run game so successful last night? Because we saw how much it struggled without Kittle for the first stretch of games there. And then for the first time all season, they had to deal with no Trent Williams as well. But McCaffrey, for the first time in his career, went over 100 yards on the ground in the first half and broke off his longest of the season with the 41-yarder.
Well, I'd say a couple things. Number one, I think there was going to be an opportunity to run the ball. The Bears are 5 yards a carry on the season. But I thought the attack and the way that they're using Kyle Juszczyk to really manipulate linebackers and gap fits when he comes on those little, H-back orbit motions and he's, winding back and then he's behind the line and then where's he going to enter through the line as a blocker? That adds an extra gap and changes gap assignments and responsibilities for the defense. And then, the offensive line is coming around, as they typically do this time of year, even without Trent Williams out there. And go back and watch the tape. Big 62 at left tackle. Austin Pleasance, who is, man, what a project when you really think about it. The guy has been on in 5 years, he's been on 6 teams. And mostly practice squads. And a big reason for that is because he's an absolute specimen. He is 6'6.5". He's 340 pounds, and he is jacked without a lot of body fat on him and can move. So guys like that have those skill sets, they're going to continue to get opportunities. The question is do they get better while they're getting their opportunities to practice? And there is no doubt I think that guy has gotten a lot better. I think a silver lining is that Trent Williams, as you guys know, gets a lot of vet days on Wednesdays, so he is out there with the starters at left tackle. I think those reps paid off for him. He gets his hands on you, you're going to get engulfed, and he was moving people last night. He did give up the one rush to Booker, but other than that, pretty damn good for a guy who hasn't played a lot of ball. Pooney's playing at a much higher level. Burford is really settled in, and that offensive line is much improved with Burford out there. Brendel is playing his ass off. We'll never get enough credit for what he does. But those combo blocks, getting to the second level, calling out the fronts and getting everybody in the right spot. And then old McKivitz over there on the right side just continues to road grade and do his thing. So the receivers are blocking better. Juszczyk is tremendous. So it's I think just a bit of everything. And then I think the icing on the cake is I don't know, but to me, McCaffrey looked as good running the ball as he's looked in 3 years. Some of those cuts were just wicked in the backfield, and then getting through the line, and then, shaking the middle backer, and then shaking the safety, and then what an absolute war daddy. So the run game is clicking at the right time. This is when you need to be able to ground and pound.
Yeah, and Tim, you look at it, and for McCaffrey to look like he's getting better as the season goes on with the workload
he's almost at 400
he's
touches, JD. 400 touches almost. I mean, are you kidding me?
It's incredible. I mean, what do you? I mean, is that just? I mean, we all know about his work ethic, and he wants the rock in his hands. Like he shuts down any conversation about do you need to limit him and this and that. I mean, but he looks like he's getting better. Is it offensive line play? I mean, is it just what he does with his body? I mean, what do you attribute him looking better the last couple of weeks? And he was still good early and still impactful early, but he's looked like the MVP level type player the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, I think it's both of those things that you just said. I think first it's his desire and his willpower and just his DNA and how he's made up. And, the 49ers know how to handle him. They trust him in terms of the practice regiment during the week, that he's going to get himself right, to be out there on Sunday at his peak performance, whatever that may be on that any given week based on, how his body's feeling. And the amount of time that guy puts in and resources into his craft, it's really incredible in terms of where he has set the bar for himself. And then everybody just trusts him and know, you give 23 the rock, he's going to make something happen both in the receiving game and as a runner. I think over these last several games, though, I think a lot of credit is obviously the play calling and how they're kind of changing things up and mixing in some of those different insert motions, doing some things different. They have certainly evolved. And the offensive line is finishing blocks. When I see O-linemen pushing piles, they're finishing blocks. And just to watch those guys as they've come together, Tennessee was going to be a grind. They were able to get after them a little bit. Indianapolis was going to be a bigger grind with that defense and number one at yards per carry being allowed. And they cranked out a big number on them. And then what they did last night, it's, the blockers are blocking. This game will always remain about blocking and tackling. And now, a lot of throwing, obviously, in this modern era. But the offensive line, without question, is playing their best football, and that's been as big of a catalyst as anything for the run success.
Tim, looking at the other side of the ball for the defense, it's the brawl for it all. Saturday night, Seattle. When Robert Saleh opens up the tape this week, and there's going to be a lot to correct, what is he looking at most, and what are you specifically most concerned about with seeing Seattle for a second time in the way that their offense is? Yeah, sometimes it's been a little slow in the first half. We've also seen with Jackson Smith and Jigba and those two running backs how explosive they can be at times.
Yeah, and they can run the ball. And with Clint Kubiak, they're going to be committed to running the ball. No question about that. The defensive line, with all the criticism, is actually doing a pretty damn good job. And I got to tell you, Ben Johnson in that scheme, he's going to get you. They're just going to win a numbers game sometimes. He's that good. He's Kyle 2.0 in terms of the window dressing, the movement, the audibles, the cans at the line of scrimmage, getting them into the right play in terms of what they want to do and how they want to attack. So, it's going to have to be the same against Seattle. This will be a different run game to handle. It'll be a lot more recognizable. A lot of the same stuff that the 49ers do schematically because of Clint's history and him being up there as the play caller. Got to get Sam rattled. Let's do everything we can to have help with JSN and then force Sam Darnold to go somewhere else. JSN, Smith and Jigba is an elite receiver. Route running, his ability to catch it in traffic, he's really, really good. So there's going to have to be a lot of times where they're going to have some help on him and then, count on Sam going somewhere else. Got to get Sam moving in the pocket. Got to get him in some, indecisive. Saleh will do some magic and kind of mixing and matching. I thought he did a good job mixing and matching the fronts last night. I think some of the play calling was just really good. That first touchdown to Luther Burden down the middle of the field where they were able to get Jair Brown. I mean, that's on that defense with those two concepts and the way that they motioned into really a three-man surface and put two verticals. One was a post. One looked like it was going to be an over. And the defense the 49ers were in, and Jair was squeezed. I don't know what else he does there. That was a great play call. The long touchdown to Loveland, I didn't realize it at the time. I thought free play. I think there was encroachment on that play. I think a defensive lineman touched an offensive lineman. That ball should be whistled dead. It shouldn't be a free play at that point. And a few guys stopped rushing. So Saleh will work his magic, but let's get on the roller coaster, man. You don't know. You don't know with this defense. But I will say this, the effort, the hitting, the tackling has been better. There was certainly some missed tackles last night. The long touchdown run up the gut was a challenge. But if you catch those balls underneath 49er D, they're going to get on their track and they're going to make you feel it. They're like some heat-seeking missiles in terms of their effort. So let's hope Stout is going to be okay coming back from the concussion. He got that one last night because I think he's playing his best football and just love the way that he plays. But again, whoever they plug in, they're going to give up some stuff. They're just so young in their development and anticipation. And defensively, I've been saying it since the preseason. Every play is a hypothesis. You better have an educated guess based on the formations and the indicators and the down and distance of what's coming. And if you're a step behind there, you're going to be 2 steps behind in the field of play. And that's been certainly up and down throughout the year. I think just understanding a division opponent, understanding this offense because the defense sees it every day, and certainly saw it every day in training camp. There's, hopefully some familiarity there, but it is going to be a big challenge trying to go capture this number 1 seed on the defensive side of the ball. And maybe they're just going to have to, outshoot them again, outscore them again. And I love when I can go back and remember things that were said. And I think Kittle said it after the Tampa game when Fred went down. That, there's going to be some challenges on defense. We got some pretty good players on offense, and I'm paraphrasing. We're going to have to pick it up and score more. And, boy, in these 6 games, they're scoring 35 points a game. Wow.
Yeah, look, if you're scoring 35 points a game and you've hit 43 times since Brock comes back, it's a fair discussion to think that can this offense ultimately win a shootout? So, Tim, buckle up for the short week. We appreciate you. We hope that you can get Pop in the booth with you. But either way, we're going to be really excited for what comes on Saturday night. And obviously, for him, health over everything. So appreciate your time and enjoy this week. It's the brawl for it all. You coined it. Let's buckle up.
Let's buckle up. You guys have yourselves a happy new year, and all your listeners, happy new year. And let's get those 2 slackers back here next Monday. Where are they? Come on. Let's go to Hawaii for Thanksgiving and then take 2 weeks off for Christmas. What are we doing?
Come on. At this time of year, too, with everything going on, I'm like, how do we not have a show right now in the first hour? But no, we're hoping everyone enjoys their time off. Happy New Year.
It is no longer Greg Silver. It is Greg Gold now, my friend. You are Greg Gold.
I think that might be up for interpretation with the listeners, but Happy New Year, and hey, man, this is it. We're looking forward to it.
All right, you guys. Enjoyed talking to you. Have a great day.
Absolutely. Thanks, Tim. He is Tim Ryan, of course, color commentator for the 49ers. And JD, before we talk to Tim, I told everybody I wanted to see the phone lines lighten up at 808 KNBR. John Joe Curley told me that we had a couple who wanted to speak. So do you really think this 49ers offense, with what you're seeing, can they really do this thing? Can they get the number one seed? Do they have a chance to never leave this stadium for the rest of the season? We'll get into all of that and all the takeaways from last night, recap this conversation when we come back. It's Silver and JD in for Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
After the conclusion of Warriors and Nets tonight, don't miss Dubs OT with JD.
Sean Dickinson.
He'll have all the postgame sounds, stats, and Kyle Har will make a cameo.
Yeah, happy holidays. Good to be with you too.
Tune into KNBR tonight for the best Warriors postgame show in the Bay. All on KNBR, the
Pat Spencer is tough as nails.
leader.
Well, the Monday party continues here on The Sports Leader. It is Silver and JD in for Murph and Marcus. Will be with you till 11 o'clock because when you get to this time of year, the schedule gets a little funky. And besides, who likes the middays anyway? 808 KMBR is the number. 415-808-5627. And we're talking all things offense. They continue to get into the 40s. They needed every score they got last night. 42-38 came down to the final play. 42 looked like it might not be enough there for a second, but they just held on enough to get the most thrilling win of the season, and the 49ers are 12-4 with a chance to get the number 1 seed in the NFC. Can you believe it? After all that's happened in this season, this has been one of the craziest NFL seasons that I can certainly remember. Can the offense really carry this team to the promised land? What do you take in from last night? Well, let's get it right out to the phones. Jake is in San Francisco. Wants to talk a little Kyle Shanahan and defense. What's up, Jake? You're on The Sports Leader. How are you?
Oh, I'm great, boys. How can you not be?
I mean, yeah, you tell me.
I mean, I think Mac Jones was the best thing that happened to Kyle that happened in a few games because Kyle is really looking like the Kyle that was with the Falcons and they blew the 28-3 lead. I think he got a little – just always depending, we got great defense. We don't have to be as aggressive. But, man, when Mac came in and he started peppering that ball down the field and they were moving and they scored a lot with Mac, and then the defense was like, it made him a lot more aggressive in the passing game. And I was worried when Brock came back that he was going to stop doing that, but he hasn't. And, man, I think what they need from the defense, they got to quit giving up these third and double-digit yards. If they can do that and then hopefully – cut some of these drives just to field goals, I don't think anybody's going to be outscoring, and that's how they're going to win the Super Bowl. No turnovers. Defense, you can bend, but just get off the field on the long third down, hold them to some field goals, and just keep what you're doing on offense because they're really unpredictable on offense. That's what's so great about right now. Anybody can beat you. So it's great. It's been a fun season. It's just watching. It's been incredible.
No doubt about it. And appreciate the call, Jake. 808 KBR if you want to join the conversation. And JD, to Jake's point on the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan, I mean, look, last night when Brock Purdy made that play to Kyle Juszczyk, it was like never more apparent that two things could be true at the same time. Number one, Mac Jones completely saved this 49ers season. Number two, Mac Jones does not make that play. But to the point on Shanahan, as far as Mac Jones, there was one thing about the way that the offense ran with Mac Jones that I did think could be incorporated when Brock Purdy came back, and that was sometimes just taking the simple play and what was given to you. Now, I understand that Mac Jones didn't have Kittle for some of the time. He didn't have Ricky Pearsall for a 6-game stretch there in the middle. So that was different in terms of how the offense was stretched and what kind of plays were available, the lack of explosiveness and all of that. But when Brock came back and he threw the 3 interceptions and the 8 snaps at Carolina, yeah, a couple of those were really nice plays by Carolina, but it was also a reminder of like, hey, Brock, we know you can make these type of plays and off schedule, and we don't want you to be someone that plays too conservative. But there was kind of a healthy balance right there, and it seems like as far as the balance between Shanahan, Purdy, when to be aggressive, when to just take what's there, they're just firing on all cylinders right now, and they got an answer for everything. So if the offense continues to work this way, you got to take this team seriously. Now, I gave Derek Papa a couple of keys to the game when we signed off on Christmas Eve and did a little crosstalk. Number one was don't give the ball away. And they did on the first play. And luckily for their sake, it didn't end up costing them the game, but they were inches away from losing. And as noted a little bit earlier, Purdy had to play a damn near perfect game from that point forward. And to his credit, he totally stepped up and did it. The second was 4-down defense. Now, 3rd down conversions, 4th down conversions, the Bears really picked it up there in the second half. But the big difference there going into the break at halftime is the 49ers, I think they were 5 for 7 on 3rd downs, 1 for 1 on 4th down, where the Bears were 0 for 3 on 3rd downs. And so, yes, the game was in lockstep the entire way, But as far as the defense doing just enough to get off the field, well, in the first half, they certainly did that. And second half, not as much. But you know what? When it came down to that final play, winner take all, they did just enough. Yetur Gross-Matos forced the pressure. And that's why we're talking about a victory Monday instead of a heartbreaker today.
Well, I agree with Jake, the caller, in that I think the circumstances have pushed Kyle Shanahan to have to be more aggressive and have to lean on, hey, got to score a lot, can't be conservative, have to look to put a ton of points on the board. And I don't know how much Mac Jones being the quarterback for a stretch necessarily plays into it, but I do think when you see the things that were successful for this 49ers team offensively in the time that Mac Jones was the starting quarterback filling in for Brock Purdy, you also in turn, I think, figure out the different ways that having Brock Purdy back can help you elevate an offense that was pretty wildly successful. And remember, when Mac Jones was the quarterback, the 49ers were down even more talent at the wide receiver spot, and George Kittle was out some, and they weren't really able to run it the way they've been able to run it of late. So now you factor all those things in. But I do wonder, what do the circumstances mean in terms of just simplifying things with the knowledge that you're going to have to go out there and get into the low 30s, maybe the high 30s, hell, maybe even the low 40s, as was the case last night, to win some of these games, because Kyle's got it in his bag. It's just a matter of when do you wind up dialing it up, and we've seen him dial it up in a big-time way, especially these last couple of weeks.
Well, speaking of Kyle Shanahan, let's go to Dylan in Texas, who wants to talk about Kyle Shanahan and believes it's one of his best wins as a head coach for the 49ers. What's up, Dylan? You're on with Silver and JD, and welcome all the way from California.
Hey, how's it going, y'all? Just on my way to work. I got my Niners beanie on. I got my Niners jersey under my sweatshirt, and let me just tell you, that's one of Kyle Shanahan's best coach games I've seen him. I mean, the regular season game between him and the Saints, back when we had Jimmy Garoppolo, that was up there, and the postseason win against the Lions, that was up there too. But given the circumstances with our injury, banged-up roster, it's one of Kyle Shanahan's best wins. And let me just tell you, Brock Purdy, $53 million steal, just really good film about the team going in the postseason, and let's win on Saturday night.
No question about it, Dylan, and enjoy your time at work. Way to represent the 49ers, because it's always different when you walk in on a Monday at the start of the week with a little extra pep in your step. So we appreciate the call, and we'll keep it moving here with the phones in a bit. But, yeah, JD, I mean, as far as Kyle Shanahan, I actually want to get your thoughts on one thing before we get into the bigger picture of Kyle Shanahan. What were you thinking at the time when he ultimately elected to punt on 4th and 7? He could have sent Pinheiro out for a long field goal. Instead, Thomas Morstead, who finally got some action in December, went out there. Then the Bears ultimately took it down. Defense helped him to a field goal. We know what happened in the end. But in real time, what were you making of that decision between punt, take the long field goal, or go for it?
Yeah, it was definitely a tricky call and tricky decision. And I think it was something that would have been maligned had the 49ers, not wound up winning the game. But I thought it was the right call. I think in making them drive the field longer, I think it ultimately was the right call, even though you're thinking, wait a minute, because it was 4th and 7 at that point?
At the 42, so we're looking at 60.
Yeah, well, you're not kicking a field goal. Field goal's out. You're not kicking a 60-yard field goal out. I'm not kicking a 60-yard field goal outdoors, probably ever, unless it's a desperation type situation. I know Pinheiro's been great. He damn near hit the 64-yarder in Indianapolis. That was indoors. But no, I think the punt. I think the punt and forcing the Bears back to about their 10. I think it certainly would have been a question, but I also think the fact that they had to drive the field as long as they did, it in some way allowed the 49ers to get a stop and force the field goal and force it. If you don't convert it and they have a shorter field to work with, do they punch it in there and they have a touchdown and then maybe we're still playing? or in essence, it's a tie game with the Bears getting the ball back late at 42, and then Chicago's going to kick a chip shot field goal to win the game after they bleed the clock out and getting down into the zone. So it was risky. It would have been maligned had it not worked out. But I actually think it was the right call. And as you look at it and the way that it played out, I think you can make the case that the extra 20 yards, let's say, or maybe closer to 30 when it was all said and done, it could have been part of the reason why the Bears came up a little bit short and had to eventually kick that field goal.
No, I mean, you said it really well so it would have been 60 yards. I agree. Too long for the field goal in that situation, especially when Chicago on a short field, I mean, they were moving it well with a long field, and I think that also highlights what Tim Ryan broke down with us in the Kalia Davis tackle to kind of stall the Bears' drive there in the red zone. Ultimately, they kicked the field goal, and that was really a key to the decision of punting paying off, because if you punt and they go the full 90 yards or whatever, then you end up scoring. I know the game plays out entirely differently, but if you score before the 2-minute warning, then Chicago's in a really good position to go down and set themselves up for a game-winning field goal. So I do agree the 4th and 7 was a little bit too long, but in any game that's playing out in that kind of fashion in a full-on shootout, feeling like a Big 12 game, yeah, any punt is going to feel regrettable. And so it ended up being a decision that you could live with, but really I think that coupled with holding the Bears to the field goal ultimately was a big difference in the game. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, and just real quick, I mean, Todd Husak mentioned this on the post-game show last night. On the final Bears drive to try and win the game, 7 incompletions. So the 49ers had 4, and look, some of that is you're trying to stop the clock. I think there was one where they stopped the clock, but to force incompletions and just make them have to work for it. I thought the Niners forced Ben Johnson into some clock management things that wound up proving to be in the 49ers' favor. I thought there was that the Bears probably should have taken a timeout right around the 52nd mark. They didn't. Then they wind up being really rushed, I think, because they didn't take that first timeout to where they want to take one before the 4th down play that they converted because they wanted to make sure they had the right play in that situation. I think if they take the first timeout, maybe they don't need to take the second timeout before the 4th and 5 that they ultimately converted. And then maybe even after the slant and ladder that comes up a little bit short of the end zone, there's more time on the clock and they have another timeout. And so, if you're telling me that the Bears have enough time to run 3 plays instead of 1 in that situation, maybe we're having a little bit of a different conversation. But I think the fact that the 49ers made the Bears earn it a little bit, even though they moved it down the field, I think played a role in things.
We'll continue with the phones because we got some great engagement going on right now. I see John. So we'll get to the Johns when we come on back. So that's fitting. That's our show normally with the Gregs. Now we got a couple of different Johns on the line, and 808 KNBR is the number to call or text in. Do you believe this team can really pull off something special? The defense showed some holes last night, but the offense, man, if you're going to be scoring 42 and continue to roll this way, you got to have a serious discussion about it. Cam Inman joining us at 8:50. It is Murph and Marcus with Silver and JD filling in on the Sports Leader. All right, Silver and JD in for Murph and Marcus here. We'll be with you until 11. A little bit of a different schedule today, a little funky this week, in fact. So it'll be 7 to 11 again tomorrow. We got Raph hanging out with us. We've got John Joe Curley. Having a producer, man. This is awesome. I love it. And we are all good energy here on this Monday. 808 KMBR is the number. We've been talking all about the 49ers offense. If they're going to play like this, do you believe they can do something special despite some of the deficiencies and holes on this defense? Let's go out to John in Pleasanton, who wants to talk about the people who doubted this team. What's up, John? You're on with a different John in Dickinson and Silver.
Hey, guys. Morning.
Morning. How you feeling?
So many things. I'm so happy, man. It's unbelievable. I've been a Niner fan this long. Every year we make it so far. And, all I can say is the road this year feels a lot more blessed. It feels like the stars are aligning in a different way. This whole story to me is, obviously we're not going to speak too soon, but it could be one of the greatest stories in all of sports. I mean, you go and you look at so many different things about this whole season, right? And Alfred Collins making that stop on the 1 yard line. Where are we if that doesn't happen? Mac Jones. Where are we if we don't have Mac Jones? There's so many things about this, man. And, I'm not going to say who, but a lot of people beginning of the season, it's time to move on from Shanahan. This guy just can't get it done. And we need to start trading away. McCaffrey's old and Trent Williams is old and blah, blah, blah. And just for them to be here now playing Seattle at home for this, it's insane. I mean, I can't name a better story in sports. The people slandering Brock Purdy, he's not worth the money. And look how he's playing. I mean, Shanahan's going to get Coach of the Year. I don't know who's getting Offensive Player of the Year. Who knows how Purdy plays in Seattle, and who knows who gets against Seattle, and who knows who gets the MVP. But this is crazy. There's nothing like it. I mean, how do you make the stars align like this? How do you get the Alfred Collins play? I want everybody to never forget that, because I feel like people forget it. That strip on the 1 yard line, this season is something special. That's all.
No, I appreciate the call, John. And to your point on the defense, I mean, I'm not going to pretend like the defense is the strength of this team, JD, but to be fair, how many games has the defense won this team, or at least made a big play to set up the win? I know football is ultimate complementary team sport. We get that. It's never just one play. But even look at the beginning of the season. Week 1, Bosa on the strip sack. Week 2, Bryce Huff closing the door on the Saints. Week 3, they don't get the ball back if Upton Stout doesn't stick with the play and rip the ball out of Zay Jones, because Cardinals convert that first down, it's over, and it's a safety that's the difference. Then you talk about Alfred Collins, and then the 4th down overtime stop in the same game, Chase Lucas getting in there. So the defense, I mean, I love the Matt Barrows column that he wrote a couple of weeks ago about meet the improbables. We got a lot of different people that are making this improbable, but there's also a lot of different moments. When we were doing the 49ers season and anticipating what it was going to be before the show, we were targeting around 10 wins, right? We're thinking 10 wins, schedule's a little bit softer. That was not even accounting for all the players that were going to be missing time. You have all these improbable people stepping up, but also all these improbable moments in a game where one play, it's a game of inches, all the cliches you can throw out there, but the 49ers really have just found an answer when they've needed to at every time when it's on the brink of going one way or the other. And last year, we saw how often it broke the wrong way in those fourth quarters. This year, they have just found a way over and over and over and over again by different units, different players to now be reaching 12 wins.
Well, and the caller mentioned the game in L.A. I think you look at the game in Seattle in Week 1 and the Tonjes catch where the 49ers, if they don't win that game, I mean, there were wins early that have set up their whole ability to get on this run late now to where they've won 6 consecutive games. I mean, if they don't win in Seattle, you take a win away, and they're a wild card team, and Seattle's got another win, and Seattle's got home field advantage and the 1 seed locked up already. And we're thinking about, okay, the 49ers are probably going for sure, at that point to Philly. Same thing can be said about the Rams game. The Rams would be right there in a position to be the 1 seed. And so the thing that held this up beyond Nick Bosa and beyond Fred Warner was the fact that they won those 2 division games early, that they found a way, even though they didn't play their best game against Arizona in the home opener, to win that game on a last-second field goal at the gun. And I think, if this team isn't 4-2 when Fred Warner goes down at the end of the Tampa game, I have to wonder if they were 3-3 or 2-4 at that point, does the whole thing fracture? Right? Does the whole thing fracture to a point where they never really get off the mat in a similar fashion to last year? But you know what? They weren't 2-4 at that point. They were 4-2. And, the other game that stands out that's not going to get a lot of recognition is the Atlanta game at home on Sunday Night Football back in October, because that was a game where, the Falcons at that point were playing better. And, that was a game that by no means was an automatic win for the 49ers, and for them to play as well as they did defensively in that game. And the offense, it was a 20-10 game. But for the defense to play as well as they did without Fred and without Bosa, the first full game without both of them, and the defense to play as well as they did, I think that, even though it's gotten leakier as time has gone on, I think that proved that there was still enough talent to be effective, as long as the offense was going to pick up the pace as they got Brock Purdy back later on, and as they were getting healthier, with Kittle coming back, and at that point, Jawan Jennings has gotten healthier, Ricky Pearsall it has gotten healthier from that point on. But I think the ability to win that game in Week 7 to get to 5-2, it gave this team a cushion where they could lose in Houston and come back and beat the Giants. They could lose to the Rams and come back and still get on this 6-game winning streak. So, yeah, there is something special as to the wins that were so improbable early have set this whole thing up to where they could get on this run late.
No, take away any of those 1 games you mentioned, and this whole 1 seed conversation doesn't matter unless the Rams lose or the Seahawks lose, which has not been something that happens unless they play each other. And so that's a great call that the Atlanta game was when the run game finally woke up again when Kittle returned. And those 2 division wins you got on the road, that's the reason that they're in this position to begin with. Let's sneak in one more here. Let's go to John in Yuba City. Wants to talk about the Purdy interception. What's up, John? You're on with Silver and JD. John, we got you. Going once, going twice. All right, looks like we lost the connection there with John. But, look, the Brock Purdy interception, I would say probably his toughest moment of the night. And then everything thereafter was just all Euro steps and Dougies and shake and bake. And I don't know, man, that was one of the great regular season 49er games I've watched in a while. I know there was a comparison between the Saints game, the 48-46, and we can go back in the time of just the Kyle Shanahan era alone, and there's been some thrillers. But in an NFL season with a bunch of game of the year contenders, the Bears have been in a lot of these. The 49ers and the Bears combined to offer maybe the best one, at least as far as our show and what we talk about. So Cam Inman of the San Jose Mercury News. And it looks like actually before we get to Cam, we do have John back. So John in Yuba City, glad we held on for you. What's going on?
Hey, couple things. 50th anniversary of the improbable Golden State Warriors first title, so keep that in mind. But bigger than that, I watched that replay of Brock's first touchdown pass, which to the other team. That's pass interference. Nobody's talked about that. That defensive back came right through him. He got there before the ball got there, and nobody's talking about that. Now, it doesn't matter now, but that was a blown call, and that was a huge blown call.
All right, interesting. So, appreciate the thought from John. Now, I didn't really see it as full PI. I thought Jalen Johnson did a nice job reading the play. But, JD, what was your take on that?
Yeah, I didn't. It was talked about in the press box last night at Levi's. Yeah. There was a quick debate. I didn't think it was PI. You're right. It would have been a much, I think, greater discussed topic, at least among the fan base, had the 49ers gone on to lose the game. But I think there would have been so many other things, including the way the defense had played, that would have probably, jumped to the top of the list. But I made a note of it, as the Bears took the lead there, and it was something that was debated in the press box. But bottom line, they were letting him play for the most part last night. I thought, even in a game where it was so explosive offensively both ways. I would have said, that's one you can probably let go. Although it did push the line in terms of physicality, and maybe the defender being there before the ball was basically to impact the potential for a reception and have that ball get up in the air.
I mean, considering how physical Jawan Jennings is, too, it's not every day that you see a defensive back come in and out-physical him in the way of getting to the ball. But, no, I mean, look, there were a couple of different plays and calls, like the interception Purdy threw in the end zone with the hands to the face penalty on C.J. Gardner-Johnson, which was the right call. But I guess my larger point, JD, is that as I look at all of my notes and takeaways from the game last night, it's very refreshing to look back and see that I didn't really have anything to note as far as a call from the referee or any impact they had on the game that really altered it beyond how it could have played out if they just let them play, which we kind of saw last night.
Yeah, no, I think, again, there were so many different plays that, in a game like that, if you've come up short, it becomes a laundry list that everybody wants to talk about. But, again, I didn't have a problem with the no call there on the PI, but it absolutely would have been something that had the 49ers ended up losing this game by a 3-point margin, had the Bears gone in and punched it in, or a 2-point margin, I guess, without the PAT. I do think it would have been something that would have frustrated 49er fans to no end this morning, and would have been a part of the debate. It would have been more than one call, I think, about that non-call. It had the 49ers come up a little bit short.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say at the very least. So 808 KNBR is the number. We'll continue taking your calls here in the 9 o'clock hour. But before we get into that, Cam Inman of the San Jose Mercury News, great friend of the program. It's Silver and JD in for Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. And we stay rolling here on this Monday morning. The 49ers are 12-4, game of the year last night. Man, Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth, they've been spoiled with some of these Sunday night calls, but coming down to the literal final second, and the Niners take it from the Bears 42-38. We've been talking all about it. It is Silver and JD in for Murph and Marcus here, and it is time to talk to our good friend Cam Inman of the San Jose Mercury News, who's seen a lot of crazy 49er regular season and postseason games in his time on the beat. He joins us on the UMA guest line. Cam, happy Monday, happy New Year or close to it, and wow, what a game that was last night.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Try working in the press box, and you got to get a story done the second the game's over. You don't know whether the ball's in somebody's hands or if it's in the dirt.
Yeah, I imagine it's a little bit different there, and I at least experienced that vicariously in my family growing up of what that was like. So,
there you go. Exactly.
I mean, let's just get into all of it, the ups, the downs, the struggles of the defense and the Bears moving the ball, but also Brock Purdy and responding. I mean, what was your take on the game from that first play when Brock Purdy comes out and throws a pick six? Because I'm not necessarily surprised he responded from that mentally and that the 49ers were able to put up points. What I didn't know was that he was going to have to play a near perfect game in order for the 49ers to win from that point forward, and all without his left tackle in Trent Williams. And essentially he did that.
He did. And it's one of those things where if you look at how Brock's played over the past month, you say, okay, well, I mean, yeah, pick six, no big deal, because the way they were putting up points, it's very impressive, obviously. Now, one thing that stood out to me about Brock's play was, okay, so he runs for 2 touchdowns, right, in the first half, and everybody jokes about the sneaky athleticism and everything, but go back 2 months when he's sidelined with turf toe, and nobody knows when or if he's coming back. And there's all sorts of questions about the ramifications of this, and then Brock took care of it. And since he's come back, he's been on fire, and there was one play last night where he scrambled and he was getting away from a guy, and the guy was bringing him down from behind. And I didn't really look at it too closely, but it looked like as he was going down, Brock made sure to keep that right foot out in front of him and the toe extended so it didn't get trapped under him. It's one of the tiny, very heady plays that Brock makes with the overall thing in mind. So he is so mesmerizing to watch. And the touchdown pass to Juszczyk obviously is the highlight reel one where he duped 2 Chicago Bears and split them and then found Kyle all on the left. But the one that gets overlooked a lot is the touchdown pass to Juwan Jennings, because that was the 11th and final touchdown of a crazy night. And, it's really kudos also to Juwan Jennings for taking it to the house to win it. But it's been a lot of fun watching Brock over the years. And last night was arguably his best, at least one of the best games he's played.
No question, Cam. I got to ask you about the defense, of course, right?
No, you don't.
Put up against it. They get – I mean,
JD, just let it go.
The whole package –
they won the game. Yeah.
Well, but is the whole package sustainable, I guess? I'll bring the offense into it as well. And the defense made some plays. They stopped the Bears at the end there. They held them to a field goal in the fourth quarter. Is this template sustainable? Should we even care, Cam, if this template is sustainable? Because they're just riding the roller coaster, man, week in, week out. I don't think we've seen the last of a game like the game that we saw last night.
I mean, it really is kind of like a bizarro world 49ers with that defense, because in past years they would cave in the fourth quarter and the lead would be gone and everybody just wringing their hands over Shanahan and saying they just can't finish it. This is the opposite all season long. And it wasn't just last game. They've had so many games where they've had defensive heroics at the end. And it started in week 1 in Seattle with Nick Bosa sacking Sam Darnold, strip sack to end the game. It happened again in New Orleans. Chase Young, had a sack, forced fumble. Alfred Collins in L.A., there was a Jair Brown interception in the end zone against Carolina. Upton Stout forced a fumble at the 1 in Arizona. It's been one thing after the other with this defense. And so last night, as we're waiting outside the locker room, Patrick Willis comes out, and he's walking out of the locker room with Nick Martin, just talking to the young rookie. And Pat sees me and he stops and he's just shaking his head. And Pat's, he's such a good guy. And he was just talking about, man, what a game. And I said, Patrick, but what about that defense? And he goes, well, and he stopped and he thought about it and he goes, you do what you have to do when you got to do it. Something to that extent. And I'm like, I mean, he's right. I mean, when it came time to do it, they did it. And the guy who did it on the last play, I mean, if you go back and look, I haven't looked at the replay too hard yet, but it seemed like they dropped 9 guys in coverage, and D. Winters was still kind of hanging around the line of scrimmage. But, all the defensive linemen essentially back off except for a couple. And, Bryce Huff almost sacks Caleb Williams. And then the guy who tears up from the goal line is Yetur Gross-Matos, and he's been battling a hamstring injury all season. And he's the one that eventually pressures him into throwing the dirt ball. And in the locker room, he's getting dressed, quietly by himself. The media scrums elsewhere. And I look at Corey Rush, the PR guy, and I say, Corey, didn't Yetur make the big play of the game at the end? He's like, yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. I go, well, let's go find out. So I talked to Yetur, and he was great. He was just, he said he gave all the credit to everybody behind him for suffocating the zone enough where the ball didn't have a place to go. And I said, well, you kind of did a role too. And he was thankful that he was able to be on the field and do what he needed to do. And he just made a gut instinct to go after and go get the quarterback, even though he was 15 long yards away after a very exhausting, I think, 16-play drive.
Talking to Cam Inman here on the Yuma guest line, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. A couple more hours here on our modified morning show after the 49ers' thrilling victory. So earlier in the season when we spoke to you, Cam, I mean, we're talking about a team that hasn't always run the ball efficiently this year or not really had a ton of explosive plays. And when I'm looking at the drive chart over the last couple of weeks between Indy and then last night, there are a lot of drives for the 49ers that result in touchdowns that are, 1.5 minutes, less than 3 minutes, a lot of drives under 5 minutes. And so, for a team that has kind of struggled to run the ball at times this year and hasn't always been explosive, what are all these quick scoring drives a signal to you the most for? Is it something to do with Brock Purdy and the confidence he's playing, Kyle Shanahan and the way he's trying to be aggressive attacking? I mean, does that indicate anything, or am I just reading too much into numbers on a piece of paper?
Oh, you can do both. I think it's a great point to emphasize two guys, and that's Kyle Shanahan can just hit the peak of his play calling powers, and then Christian McCaffrey being healthy and available every single game this year. And the two of those guys combined right now, when defenses are pretty darn beat up, and the Niners understand what they're doing, they know who they're going against. The offensive line's gelled really well together that nobody wants to talk about, but they're actually doing pretty darn good. You factor all that together, and that's why they're making the offense just great. It's not just the run, it's the pass, it's playing off of each other. McCaffrey went for 140 last night, had a 41-yard run down the left sideline. It's everything you need it to be going into this game. Now, everything we've seen to this point, it's like, okay, fine. It's a different ballgame come Saturday night against Seattle. Seattle's going to have a much tougher front, much tougher defense that the Niners have faced the last couple months. The Bears obviously are very opportunistic defense, and we saw that on the first snap. But the Niners pounded away at them. No matter what they did, they were scoring touchdowns. Seattle's not going to be as easy. So it's like, yeah, celebrate last night's win because it was a tremendous one. But, in another day or two, it's not going to mean anything because everybody's going to be focused in on Saturday night, what the stakes are. They've seen it. We saw this in 2019 in Seattle. Niners go up there. They win the NFC West. They win the number 1 seed. It's an easier path to the Super Bowl, even easier now as the only team that gets the first round bye. They need to win that game. They're too beat up enough to have an extra playoff game. They have to win the game Saturday night to get that wild card bye to increase their odds of making it through to playing Super Bowl 60 at Levi Stadium.
Cam, when you look at have you ever seen a defense with so many players just lay on the ground in exhaustion at a final stop? That was quite a sight for me last night that will kind of stay in my mind for some time to come.
The second the ball hit the ground, JD, my eyes are on the laptop. I'm like, I don't care where the players are collapsing, but I did ask them that because I mean, like, I can lie about it because I can go back and watch. But yeah, I mean, I looked briefly. I saw it was just pandemonium. I saw Jair Brown. He wasn't laying on the ground. Jair Brown took off sprinting, screaming at the Bears sideline. So it brings out all sorts of different emotions. And, it was an exhausting game. That last drive, I mean, I don't know. I wrote about it in my report card this morning in my 10 things column I do every day after the game. But the number of plays they were on the field was something like 62 or 64, and the Niners had the Bears the Bears defense on the field for just as long. And a couple defenders were like, well, we knew it was going to be an ice bag game. I'm like, look, an ice bag game to me is when you're just like there's not as many plays. You're just hitting the heck out of each other, which happens in football this time of year. I go, you guys need cold tubs to go dip your legs. Like you just ran a marathon. I mean, you get around the field for a long time. And a couple guys laughed and they said exactly. They were just worn out and spent, which is concerning because you're going to be playing again on Saturday night, back-to-back games on short rest, which ain't great, but what the stakes are great. And so they know that, and so they'll be fired up.
Cam, what was the feeling around Trent Williams last night? Because I wasn't surprised that he didn't come back in the game, but I guess I wasn't sure if it was more so because this injury was the type of multi-week thing that we saw with Eddie Pinheiro earlier in the season, or if it was, hey, as much as we want to win this game, we also got to think about week 18 and the postseason because we know that the Niners will be playing playoff football.
He didn't look panicked in the locker room. I think he's just puzzled because I don't think he's ever had a hamstring injury before. And I've had them. They're not fun. And so obviously he knew he knew to come out. He didn't go down in a heap of pain, right when he was in pursuit of the pick six. But he knew right away something was wrong. I saw him come to the sideline, signal for the trainer, and then he sat on the water cooler in the first half. And I'm like, man, what a bummer, because he wants to be playing in these kind of games. That should not entice him to play Saturday night if he's not at full health, because Austin Pleasant's played pretty well. In his place last game, he played pretty good in his cameos at the end of last season. Obviously, he's nowhere near Trent Williams. Trent's 12-time Pro Bowler, future Hall of Fame guy. So the concern level is huge not having him. And so I think you have to really understand that you're going to the playoffs regardless. And the only way you're playing him is if it turns out to be a very minor hamstring injury and he's good to go. Because you're not going to shoot that thing up for pain. You don't do that. You remember George Kittle missed, 5 games after he hurt his in week 1. Yeah, Pinheiro missed 2 because it was a light one. So if it's a light strain, then you sit Trent Williams until the playoffs start. And that's where I think they'd have to go, because obviously he's coming back in that game last night if it's not a big deal, because there's a lot still at stake and you're playing the Bears. And that's something that's going to be the number one thing to monitor this week, also with George Kittle's health, because Jake Tongas has been great in his place, and the offense is just churning out whatever they can, but you need George Kittle at full health also. And so I think it was probably a wise move to sit him last night, even though the Bears were his childhood team. He was there firing up the tight ends before the game. But then once the game gets going, it's every man for himself. And the Niners somehow have enough men left to do this. Somehow. I don't know how, but it serves fun. I mean, it's the whole – I don't know who the most valuable player is on that defense, other than just next man up is the most valuable player. And so it's working.
I think it changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no question. Cam, we appreciate your time. And I mean, this has all been a crazy, crazy season for the 49ers. And after all that, they still got to play a game to try to avoid being a wild card team, because their division is just such a pain. It's the NFC North of last year, but obviously with better success than the NFC North had in the playoffs last year. So we appreciate you coming by, get a little bit of rest, and hopefully whatever happens on Saturday night, maybe you can at least have an idea of what you're going to be writing about with more than 0 seconds left on the clock.
That would be nice. I like the blowouts, and the Niners do that to be fine. A little Saturday night fever. There you go.
Yeah, when D. Winters got his pick 6 and was running the other way, was that truly the biggest relief that you got in that game?
In Indy? Yeah, that was pretty nice. I mean, that play alone might be like MVP worthy, but then we recapped all those defensive heroics, earlier. It's like everybody seems to have had one. So anything would be good. Just blow them out, even though it's not going to happen. It's a rivalry game. The Seahawks are 7-4 at Levi Stadium, so they're not going to be intimidated coming down here. And they won here last December. They won here on Geno Smith dancing through the defense. So it'll be Sam Darnold's going to be coming back to the place where he's been gunning to come back to Levi Stadium, not just for this game, to come back for the Super Bowl, and somehow that's a reality for them too.
Oh, I sure do remember. That was the day before my first show, and I saw Geno Smith walk in, and I was like, oh, well, this is lovely and fun. But no, I mean, look, one way or another, it's going to be amazing, and enjoy the short week, and I'm sure we're all going to be scrambling a little bit, but Happy New Year, and let's get a nice start to January.
Likewise, and shout out to Greg Papa. Always thinking of him, always missing him, and love him. And so everybody have a good week, and we'll talk to you Saturday night. See you at the ball game.
No question. Cam Inman of the San Jose Mercury News, and yeah, man, look, health over everything. I said a little bit earlier, and obviously would love to have Papa on the show, and I know he's hurting when he doesn't get to do games like that. But JD, it is great to have you with me today, and I know you've been stepping up just as much as anybody during the time we've all navigated these tough times here. And so, whether he's in the booth or not on Saturday, we're all going to get through this one together. And, man, the 49ers continue to be the team of improbables. And I like to think that, they got a little extra magic attached to them for our guy.
Yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out. It's going to be unbelievable. The test is going to be very much different for the 49ers against Seattle than it's been the last couple of weeks against the Bears and against the Colts. But I think, this team continues, Greg, to prove that they're up to the challenge in whatever way they need to be in a given week. It was a lot of the defense early, and then as that has kind of gone away here with the injuries and maybe, getting more exposed, it's been the offense that's carried the way. So whatever they've needed, they've been able to get here during this streak, and we'll see if they can continue it one more time, because it truly would, I think, without a doubt, give them the best chance to get to a Super Bowl if they can, get through that first round via the bye and then have, 2 home games to play a third potentially at Levi's as the visitor on Super Bowl Sunday.
Of course, yeah, naturally, as it would go. So it'd be the third time that a team would play in their own stadium in the Super Bowl era. 808 KNBR is the number. We're here with you for another 2 hours, so all the way until 11 o'clock. But because we're in for Murph and Marcus, we got to continue your Murph and Marcus staples. That's going to bring us to some great 49ers post-game sound. The cooler of content is next, and we will take your calls, read your texts. 415-808-5627. It's JD and Silver in for Murph and Marcus. I'm the sports leader.
Coming up after Papa and Silver, it's the Birmingham Bowl.
Well, this year's Birmingham Bowl has been set, and you don't want to miss it.
Georgia's Southern Eagles versus Appalachian State Mountaineers. Game starts 11, all coming up on KNBR,
And the kick is blocked! Appalachian State has stunned the college football world!
Leader.
All right, well, we all love a good cooler of content here on Murph and Marcus. It's JD and Silver filling in and hanging out with you up until 11 o'clock, so a little bit of different hours. It will be the same time slot tomorrow for anyone out there wondering, 7 to 11. Hope to get Papa back at some point this week, but of course, health over everything. We want him to take care of himself, and it's great to have JD in with me on the Monday of a thrilling game last night in which didn't get a whole lot of sleep, and so the cooler content is all about having some fun, and we just had a good conversation with Cam Inman about his perspective of the final play and not wanting to look at the defense afterwards because he knew he had to write a column. And look, I get it. It's a late game. It's Sunday night. You got to figure out what to make of that final play, but it's tough to have your story set when you don't know who's going to win until the very last second. So here's Tatum Bethune on KNBR after the game, explaining the final play from his point of view. Take it away, number 48.
Yeah, man, we got in the huddle. I looked at everybody in the eyes, man. We just said, we got to bow up, last play, everything you got. And me and D was actually supposed to be on the blitz, and we dropped out because we knew what they're capable of, and we just wanted to put some extra heads in the throwing lane and make Caleb run around, waste the time out, and that's what he did. And we was able to get the dub, man. I'm excited.
And you absolutely needed those extra bodies in the end zone, no question.
Wow, how about that? So he and D. Winters were supposed to blitz, end up dropping back because of all the coverage that they needed. And look, typically for most of the game, when the 49ers gave Caleb Williams a lot of time, which was most of the time because they haven't generated much of a pass rush, he was able to dice them up. Now, a couple of times late, they got some pressure. He threw the ball away. I think if you look at that play, he actually had DeAndre Swift in the flat where if he threw it right away, that might have been a walk-in touchdown to end the game. But how about Bethune and D. Winters? You know, we talk with Tim Ryan about the youth of the defense and only being able to give them so much at one given time. They're exhausted. They decide to improv last minute, and the Bears were also rushing, getting up to the line. I kind of thought Kyle Shanahan was going to call the timeout, but because of how frantic the Bears were, he didn't. And so that last play as a whole, JD, I don't know what was going through your head watching it in real time, but even just from my TV view, it was pure chaos. And it took me about 5 seconds until after the ball was incomplete to even begin to process what had happened.
Well, it was great on those guys to not blitz and to stick back because, as T-Rock said, they needed the extra players in coverage. And I'm with you. It certainly appeared as if Kyle was going to call the timeout. Great recognition on his part to not do it. And I think the Bears being a little bit scrambled and a little bit sped up for that entire drive proved to be the difference as to why the 49ers were ultimately able to limit them to just the one play opportunity at the end there to win the game, as opposed to having multiple plays. They I think, forced, because things were so off schedule with all the incompletions, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, the Bears to get into kind of a tough clock situation with the way they managed the clock and used their timeouts and the like, and it all wound up being basically the equivalent of a 2-point conversion, right, at the end there. You got one play from the 3, go get it to try and win or lose the game. Again, if the Bears had 3 or 4 opportunities there with a little bit more time left on the clock, maybe they do wind up. In fact, they probably do wind up punching it in. But the way the 49ers managed it is what didn't allow for that to be the case.
I got to love our guy Ron Lyon in the YouTube chat says, I don't want to go through another crazy adrenaline, heart-stopping game. Please, 49ers, put the Seahawks away as quickly as possible Saturday night. The anxiety level in 49ers close games is insane. Guess what, JD? I think that's the brand that we're all signed up for at this point moving forward. I mean, and if it's not going to be an anxiety-filled game, it's probably going to be for the wrong reasons where the offense isn't quite carrying the load. Now, again, crazier things have happened, and maybe the defense does make some big plays. The offense continues scoring in the 40s, but I think when you consider last night as a sample of what it's going to be like when the Niners face playoff caliber opponents, we might be looking at a lot of back and forth where you're never feeling comfortable till the final whistle.
Yeah, I don't think it's changing. That I will say. I don't think it's changing at all. Maybe the score comes down a little bit and it's not 42-38. Maybe it's 28-24 in a game against Seattle. Maybe it's 24-20 in a game against Seattle, or 24-24 with an opportunity to go win it. But yeah, I don't see a complete put away. I think the Seahawks are too good for that, although I do think this is a winnable game for the 49ers to be sure, and there's going to be a lot of weight on Sam Darnold, I think, in this game, basically being in the exact same position with a different team that he was in a year ago with Minnesota, and they played the game against Detroit, and it was what was the final game on Sunday night, basically, and the loser was going to be the wild card, the winner was going to be the 1 seed, and he did not perform well in that game for the Vikings. Big part of the reason why I think Minnesota ended up moving on, and he wound up heading to Seattle. So there's going to be some pressure on Sam Darnold. There's going to be some pressure, I think, in terms of you look at the rest advantage. Both teams are on short weeks here coming up. But, you look at the 49ers, they're going to be, short week on top of short week when you look at playing Monday night in Indy, short week, and then another short week scenario for the 49ers playing this game on Saturday.
Yeah, if I can have one silver lining in all this, I guess it's that if the 49ers end up losing to the Seahawks, we know that they can at the very least get a full 7 days and not have to get a short week, because the earliest playoff games, the wild card round, would be on Saturday. But yeah, I don't think Kyle Shanahan was too thrilled about it 2 weeks in a row. That's a good point on Sam Darnold, by the way. And let's not forget that Aaron Glenn's Detroit Lions defense last year at this time, they also were pretty injured, and they came out and just made Darnold's life miserable. So, no, that's a good call, and we'll be probably diving into that in the coming days as we get ready for the brawl for it all. Let's hear another one from Ricky Pearsall on NBC after the game, because the focus of the day, of course, has been Brock Purdy and his performance, and now he just continues to be the guy who hits the Dougie and honestly does it pretty good. I love the coordination. I don't want to imitate it because I would do it way, way, way worse. But this is Ricky Pearsall's point of view on Brock Purdy and how really since he hit that Dougie in Cleveland, he's been a completely different guy.
He got a different swag rolling right now. Ever since he hit the Dougie, he's been on one. But that's just Brock, man. Down to earth dude, and just the same person every single day, and that's something I really respect about him, man. And he's business when he get out on that field, but he's been letting loose a little bit with his dance moves, so I've been appreciating it.
You want to see a new dance move here eventually?
I don't know. I kind of like the Dougie. I like it.
I mean, yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, on the point of Ricky Pearsall. But JD, Brock Purdy's got 20 passing touchdowns and 23 total touchdowns this season. Both of those marks are the most by any quarterback with 8 or fewer starts since QB starts were first tracked in 1950. So getting your bang for your buck. Brock Purdy, needless to say, yeah, he had the bad half against the Panthers, but since that Dougie in Cleveland, he's been on a full-blown heater.
He's been off the charts. And as we've discussed, the 49ers have needed him to be, and they're going to need him to continue. I mean, how many times throughout history have we seen, and we're not quite to the playoffs yet, but the hot quarterback in the playoffs and in the lead up to the playoffs be the great equalizer or the player that can help put his team over the top in these 50-50 situations. And right now Brock is playing at that level where he can kind of carry a team in conjunction with Kyle Shanahan and everything else that the 49ers have got cooked up offensively.
And you want another number about the heater that Brock Purdy's been on and comparing it to other quarterbacks in this conference. Purdy is also just the second player this season to have 3 pass and a rush touchdown in the first half. 3 pass or rushing touchdowns in the first half in back-to-back games. Matthew Stafford did it in week 7 and 9, and of course their bye was back in week 8. And so, yeah, Stafford's certainly in the MVP conversation, and we'll see him tonight against the Atlanta Falcons. But Brock Purdy right now, I mean, he's playing as well as any other quarterback across this league. And for the 49ers to make some noise here, whether it be in the wild card round or whether they're able to lock up this number 1 seed, he's going to have to continue being close to this pace.
He is, and we'll see if the defense can come along for the ride and be able to get a couple of more stops. Again, a lesser offense, I think, that certainly the Bears offense that they saw last night. But it all starts with Brock. It goes back to what George Kittle said weeks ago, and the offense having to step up and lead this team and just keep scoring. That is the best path toward this team being able to win that game on Saturday, get the 1 seed, and then buckle up, because I don't think it's changing regardless of who this team winds up playing. The need to go into wherever and score a ton of points, even if it winds up being at Levi's for a home game or 3 here, or home game or 4, basically, come January, the early part of February.
All right, so we talked to Tim Ryan. We spoke to Cam Inman, and now, as we do on the middays every single Monday, it's our guy Larry Kruger, but it never really feels like a guest hit, kind of like when you're on the show, JD. You're just in the family. You're in the rotation. We keep you close by. I don't know, Larry Kruger. I mean, come on. I might have like 1 or 2 questions ready to go. He'll be able to fill the whole segment easily. Let's get some Krug takes when we come on back. In for Murph and Marcus, it is Silver and JD with Larry Kruger next on the Sports Leader. All right, well, we're going to make the connection here with Larry Kruger shortly. It is Silver and JD filling in for Murph and Marcus. We'll be here with you until 11. Then we got some bowl game action coming your way. And then after that, little dirty work with Depop and Carlos Ramirez. And look, the world might slow down. Holidays are a funky time of year with the schedule, but it is the complete opposite here for the San Francisco 49ers. And when we do connect with Krug, JD, which sounds like is actually right now on the Yuma guest line. Krug, first of all, always good to talk to you on a Monday, regardless of what show it is. And secondly, I heard you in the presser yesterday talking to Kyle Shanahan and asking him about this opportunity that's ahead on Saturday night, the chance to beat Seattle, the chance to get the number 1 seed. And his response was, yeah, we earned this. I guess I don't really have a question directly off of that, but just take me through what it means to have gotten to this point. Kyle Shanahan, the job he's done as a whole this year from start to finish, and how, if the 49ers, at a time when they were 4-2, they had just lost Fred Warner, how they've only lost 2 games since then. And I know that there's holes on the team. I know that there are flaws, and we'll get to that. But Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, the way they continue to do enough and elevate to be able to win games. I mean, the fact that they have a chance to have the road to the Super Bowl go through Levi's, would this be the most unlikely thing that you've seen in an NFL regular season?
Yeah, I mean, it's up there for sure. I mean, I'd have to rack my brain as far as where it ranks and how it stacks up historically. But you know what, guys? And good morning, by the way. And thanks for having me on. I would say that Kyle Shanahan did a very subtle maneuver this summer, because he could see that the pressure was mounting and that it was a young team. And he said, you know what, let's take the focus off of the destination and let's just focus on the journey. You know what? Let's focus on today's step, today's practice, today's film session, today's meeting. And let's not be so obsessed with the Super Bowl, because, when you got there ahead of schedule in Super Bowl 54, there was no pressure, right? You're ahead of schedule. Then you got there again in 58, and it's like, okay, this is the year. It's going to happen. It didn't happen. Well, the tendency now is to be like, oh, man, this better happen. The window's closing and that whole conversation. And Kyle Shanahan just said, hey, look, we have a good team. We like our team, but we are not thinking Super Bowl. We're just hoping to get a little bit better, qualify for the playoffs. And once we get in, we hope that we're peaking with our young talent in December and January. And then Robert Saleh kind of reaffirmed that a couple of weeks ago, saying the same thing about his young defense. Hey, we hope to be peaking in January. So I don't know if the defense is peaking in January, but I think Shanahan, with that subtle kind of public kind of shaping of the year, kind of changed the whole vibe in the room from, man, we're late in our window and we got to do it, and there's a lot of pressure, to we got a good coaching staff, we got a good group of young prospects, let's just try to get a little bit better, and let's see where we're at, at the end of the year. And I think you got to be really pleased. And then, of course, the backups, the Jake Tongises of the world, the Austin Pleasants of the world, the Mac Joneses of the world. These guys have elevated in their moment, the Tatum Bethunes of the world. And it kind of shows that the front office has done a pretty nice job through the years at stacking this roster.
Well, and I mean, let's be honest. They stripped, at least for a year, or at least for part of a year, some of the expectations. And that doesn't mean that the standard changes, and you're always wanting to win a Super Bowl. And I know you've pointed this out a lot. And it's an important point. I mean, the 49ers still have a bunch of guys on this roster that have lost a Super Bowl, and a couple that have lost 2 Super Bowls. And so the ultimate goal of getting there and winning it still stands. But I think there's just been a refreshing vibe to this team that's been very different from the last few years, where everything just felt so tightly wound, and any little bit of adversity, it felt like could have the potential to send them over the edge. And frankly, that has not been the case for this team this season. They've dealt with nothing but adversity all year. And, in some form or fashion, they've answered the bell. even, Krug, if it hasn't always looked the prettiest, maybe early offensively and toward the later part of the year, it hasn't looked as pretty defensively.
Well, JD, I really believe in this, and you and I have had this conversation, not just about NFL, but, it could be any team. It could be basketball. It could be baseball. Character matters, you know what I mean? And having the right people in the room really does matter. And they've got a great, they're weapons right now. I mean, you think about without Kittle, and Ayuk didn't give him anything, and, Ricky Pearsall in a game where he absolutely had to step up against a team that plays a lot of man-to-man coverage, and he's kind of their man beater. And he knew it. He absolutely knew it. And he looked like he got wrenched on that first play, but he still caught 5 balls for 85 yards. Tonjes was literally rolling earlier this year. Kittle comes back. He basically didn't play at all. Except for special teams, and then he didn't complain. He goes out there, he makes an amazing catch last week. It doesn't even count. And then this week, he steps up with 7 catches for 60 yards and a touchdown. He had that huge fumble recovery in Indianapolis last week. So, the depth. JJ has scored touchdowns like every single week. McCaffrey, Demarcus Robinson is a great red zone threat. Kendrick Bourne was a great addition. Juszczyk's playing well. So they got great weapons. They got offensive line continuity for the most part. They haven't had very many injuries there. And let's talk about the absolute biggest story, which is that nobody knew what Brock Purdy was going to come back looking like. I think there was many reasons to believe that he was going to be a little diminished, that he wouldn't quite have the arm strength, that he wouldn't quite have the base, he wouldn't quite have the escapability. Guys, that play last night to Juszczyk where he's doing the Texas two-step and turning those guys into a pretzel, don't tell me he's got pain in that turf toe because it's just not showing itself. So he came out of that injury playing like the Brock that we saw in July in training camp, and the Brock that we saw in July was awesome. And he's picked up right where he left off, and it's great to see.
8.5 seconds from snap to pass on that one. It was just unbelievable. And it's a big deal when even the national circles are like, wow, Brock Purdy is amazing. Oh, look at this play from Brock Purdy. I know all the national shows today are going to be like, how can Brock Purdy, can he win without Austin Pleasance at left tackle? He hasn't proven it. All jokes aside on that, we did get this note actually from our lovely program director, Mike Holler. So Purdy is the first quarterback in franchise history to have 300 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and 2 rushing touchdowns in a singular game. On the note of the way Purdy has been running, last year when we saw it, Krug, it was a lot of no McCaffrey, offensive line was inconsistent, Purdy was trying to do too much at times, they were asking him to run a little bit more. I think now I see it as it's not necessarily a requirement, but he's just playing so comfortable within the offense to where he's making the right decisions of when to run and pick up those extra yards, when to use the escapability, and then when to just sit back there and throw it to his targets. I mean, is there a difference in the mobility that you've seen from Brock Purdy since he's come back from the injury versus what we already knew existed, say, last year or parts of the year before?
Well, it's funny, Greg. I would say no. That's bizarre, right? I talked to a doctor who was specialized in turf toe injuries, and then when Brock came back, he kind of said, it was a variation of the turf toe. So I don't even know exactly what he had, but he looks fantastic. And you know what? Brock Purdy has a similar trait to Patrick Mahomes. They're pocket passers until you put the money on the table, and it's a big moment. And we are now in that phase of the season where the money is officially on the table. And so if you're one of those guys that likes to bet the FanDuel or the whatever it is, the fantasy, the daily fantasy, take the Brock Purdy prop on rushing yards going forward. Why? Because Brock Purdy only runs when he has to run or when there's money on the table. And when there was that NFC Championship game against Detroit and the Niners were trying to make the comeback, what made the difference? Brock Purdy's running. Mahomes doesn't run, but man, he gets to that one play in the fourth quarter, and they're trying to ice the game, and it's 3rd and 13, and you give him a lane because you're trying to get to him, and he takes it for 15, and they stay on the field. That's Brock Purdy. He's a great competitor. He had 6 carries for 28 yards last night. Expect more games like that, but I don't see a difference. And to me, that is my biggest encouragement for the Niners. If he had come back and they were winning, but he looked kind of a shell of himself, then I would have thought, Niners are not up to it. But he looks better than ever. He looks like the guy we saw in training camp. He's in his super prime. And I don't know. I mean, something tells me he's going to get it done this year. And it's going to be a fun ride.
A big picture type question, Krug, and we know the defense is not where anybody wants it to be, and we all kind of know the reasons why that it's not where anybody wants it to be due to the injuries. But I want to ask you about just the benefit in your mind for the future of a lot of these young players' careers to be thrown into such big situations like last night. At different points throughout the course of the year, you can make the case that the defense has come up huge in big moments to allow this team to win. It's a thought that hasn't gone lost on me that a lot of these young players that are not maybe getting the job done statistically at the level that anybody would want are benefiting still from just being out there in terms of their development, and that bodes well for future years, maybe where there's a little bit more talent on the field, or you've got a couple of guys that project to be future Hall of Famers, such as Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, out there with them. How do you sort of evaluate and separate some of the individual disappointment, week in, week out, with the ability to come up big in the big moment, and just how much it will impact? Because we live so much in the moment, but a lot of these guys, I think, are going to be better for the experience and even some of the successes and failures that they've been, had the opportunity to go through this season.
Well, it's, what's the old saying in life? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And I kind of believe that. I mean, now you could get your confidence just destroyed. If you're Marquis Siegel or Upton Stout or one of these young DBs, you could have your confidence wrecked because there's no pressure up front. But these are confident guys. I mean, I don't see that happening to them. I do think it's very similar, JD, to where the 49ers were in the late 80s. I mean, you go back to that 86 draft, okay? 86 draft on defense only. Larry Roberts, Tim McKyer, Charles Haley, Kevin Fagan, Don Griffin. They added 5 key guys in the 86 draft. And what happened after that? They won 14 games in 87. They won the Super Bowl in 88. They won the Super Bowl in 89. They could have won the Super Bowl in 90. They lost in the conference championship game. I mean, that arguably was the greatest run of a 49er history. And I just kind of look at this group, and they're taking their lumps, man. They don't have their big boys. They don't have Bosa. They don't have Warner, and they probably didn't have enough even with those guys, and yet they don't have those guys. So Alfred Collins is stepping up. C.J. West is stepping up. We're seeing those guys play better and better every week. Keon White's been a good addition. So, they're just going to have to cobble it together. It's really just, the mindset's going to have to be take the ball away, because you're not going to be able to stop people. Your linebackers are challenged in coverage. You don't have any rush up front. You have a really young group of DBs. You're going to give up yards all day. Saleh even laughed about it a couple weeks ago. He's like, man, I'm so done looking at yards. It's like, yeah, I ain't looking at yards. I'm looking at points. So, what we saw last week from Jair, where he, approached the running back, and instead of trying to help on the tackle, he punched out the ball. They're going to have to think takeaway, and they're going to have to alter that mindset a little bit. But I do think, JD, that they'll build some confidence off this, and next year they'll get Bosa back. Maybe later this year they'll get Warner back. They'll add to this mix, and they won't feel as much pressure in that secondary in the future. And taking their lumps in 2025 will benefit them in the future.
Quick early thought on, and we'll be talking about it all week, but just on the Seattle matchup, the short week for both, the consecutive short weeks for the 49ers. I got to believe Kyle Shanahan wasn't exactly thrilled at, short week going into last night, another short week. Obviously, it's going to be the same, at least for this week for Seattle. But just your early initial thoughts on the game that's going to be for the 1 seed in the NFC on Saturday at Levi's?
Well, I mean, it's going to take a collective effort. I think on the good side, the 49ers just ran for 200 yards, and Rico Dowdle for Carolina ran for 5 yards a carry against Seattle's vaunted killer. They're unstoppable on defense. So I think the Niners are going to be able to run the ball. And then it really comes down to, the Seahawks are a unique team. They have the best receiver going right now, I think, in Jackson Smith, the Jigba. And I would just tilt the field, everything towards him. I mean, Belichick was great at it for years. Take away one weapon. If you can take away one weapon, I'd want to take away Jackson Smith and the Jigba and kind of force them to go to Rashid Shaheed and Cooper Kupp and I don't know what else they got. AJ Barner. I mean, they don't have if you focus all your attention on JSN and try to take him away. I mean, he had 12 targets Sunday with 9 catches for 72 yards. He's an awesome player, and he's a great route runner. He's got terrific hands. But the key is Darnold. Darnold is a turnover machine if you pressure him. If you let him get into a rhythm, he will carve you up. And at the end of the day, you'll be like, that's the best quarterback we've ever faced, But if you pressure him, you're like, oh, yeah, this is the Darnold from SC. This is the Darnold from early in his career. And then I think he puts a little pressure on himself. I think he tries to squeeze it into some tight windows. But they have to either pressure Darnold or simulate pressure or cross his face as he's throwing it. I mean, they're going to have to interrupt his rhythm and not allow him to establish a rhythm. If you can it's all about Darnold to me. If you can get Darnold out of rhythm, he'll turn it over. If you can tilt the field towards JSN, I think that's wise. And then they got some really special defensive players. I mean, Julian Love and Nick Emanwari, that might be the best safety duo there is. And Love's now healthy. He had an interception this week. The offensive line is going to be challenged. Hopefully Trent will be back, but I think it's a big neutralize the Seahawks rush by running the crap out of the football all day, all night.
49ers are going to have their hands full with Seattle's defense, and not to mention for as well as the 49ers special teams have played, well, the Seahawks are the only team that's done them better this year, and Rashid Shaheed as a trade deadline acquisition has been a big part of that as well. So, Krug, it was good talking to you. We appreciate it, and we got the short week, so we're going to be cramming in all the Seahawks prep, but 5 o'clock Saturday, I'll see you there in Santa Clara.
I'm looking forward to it. And by the way, guys, if you're looking to feel good about the game next week, Sam Darnold yesterday against Carolina had a pick and fumbled twice. So there you go.
He matched the Brock Purdy turnovers against Carolina. So we're even.
So Sam's in vintage December form. Guys, have a great show. Have a great day. If I don't talk to you guys, have a phenomenal New Year and go Niners.
Absolutely. Thanks, Krug. Larry Kruger, you can catch him on Niners Nightly. I think he's actually going to be stopping by with Dirty Work a little bit later today. But kind of like JD, the hardest working man here at the Sports Leader. He's everywhere. I don't really know what to designate him. He's just there doing everything. So let's talk about this 49ers defense that we got into a little bit with Krug. Revisit our Brock Purdy discussion, Kyle Shanahan. It's all coming your way on the Sports Leader.
4 seconds left. 4-point lead. Ball at the 2-yard line for the Bears. No timeouts left. Here's the snap. Williams looking left. Williams looking right. Williams U-turns. Gets away from Huff. Still looking. Backpedaling. Throws. And it is incomplete. The ball game is over. And the 49ers have won it. They come spilling onto the field. What an effort. What an effort by this 49ers defense. It is raucous here in Levi Stadium, and the 49ers are one game away from the 1 seed in the NFC.
The drama at its peak there. You heard the final call, Guy Haberman, as the 49ers had a long wait to the finish there with Caleb Williams escaping Bryce Huff. Then he continued rolling out to his left, and I got to say, JD, you know how I said that it took about 5 seconds after the ball landed incomplete to really process what happened? Well, the one thought I had in real time when Williams escaped the sack from Huff before Gross Matos chased him down is this is the exact spot on the field that Brock Purdy just made his signature play, escaping the defenders, hitting Kyle Juszczyk, and then dancing the Dougie afterwards. I'm like, Caleb Williams is right there in that same spot. Are we going to have to talk about both QBs finding the magic right there? But with the 49ers defense and for all their struggles, the answer on that play was no.
Yeah, they find a way to get the stop, and again, they pressured him enough, got him off the mark enough, had enough players in coverage to be able to get the stop and ultimately get the win. And, the elation and the exhaustion, the two things that stood out on that play. The elation from the victory and the exhaustion of many 49er defenders just laying down on the field after that play was a successful one to help guide the 49ers to the win.
All right, so let's hear from Brock Purdy after the game. And obviously he was the big star, our big focus, but this is Purdy on the defense and having to watch that final drive and final play from the sideline.
Yeah, I mean, I was praying that whole drive. Not only that, just like pulling for our guys, man, because, it's been a crazy year, and for all those guys on defense to be able to step up and be able to compete their butt off, man, for them to finish out the game like that, I was so happy for them. But obviously, I was sitting there not really being able to do anything but watch, and, for them to do a great job with the defensive line containing Caleb and the boys doing a great job in coverage and then throwing the ball short, and then to be able to celebrate, it's a cool team win, man. There's nothing like that, so I thought it was special.
I go back to what was said about Kyle Shanahan congratulating the team on making the playoffs and how that wasn't something that just meant nothing. Now, of course, it's a goal. It is not the goal, but it's still a big, big deal. And it was interesting hearing Purdy's perspective of having that meeting last week because he said, all I've thought about is how to get to a Super Bowl. That's all I've known since I've really been the starter full-time for a full year was getting to a Super Bowl. And in games like that, the higher the stakes, the sweeter the reward, and the greater the heartbreak. And yeah, this team has a lot of youth, and we saw a lot of faces depart in this offseason. But when you think about their core, and certainly with Kyle Shanahan, you have to imagine that there's an element of not really taking any of this for granted either, considering that, yes, their goal is to get to a Super Bowl. That is the standard. But I think you said it well when we were talking with Krug. The expectations were different, even if the standard stayed the same. I think now the expectations are starting to meet the standard when you consider the circumstances of where they're at and the fact that against all odds, they are here at 12-4 and have home field advantage within their grasp.
Yeah, the standard is the standard. That doesn't change. But I think that the limiting of some of the expectations, especially with so many new players, was important. And that doesn't mean that you're okay with losing. That doesn't mean that you're okay with coming up short of the ultimate goal, which is to win, get to and win, get over the top. The 49ers have gotten to as a franchise now 3 straight Super Bowls where they have not been able to come out on top after winning the first 5 in franchise history. And that's the standard that goes back, obviously, decades to the Joe Montanas and Jerry Rices and Steve Youngs and all the all-time greats. So the standard doesn't change. That's set, by the franchise. But the expectations of what is deemed successful can change. And I think, this team has in part thrived without the burden of failure, without the burden of the failure of, hanging on every play being this colossal disappointment. If you lose a game that ultimately sets you up to be in a worse position in the playoffs and you ultimately come up short in the playoffs, it just feels like this team is living in the moment the best they can, flawed as they are in certain ways, and have been throughout the course of this season, but also still with a chip on their shoulder in many ways, because I think everybody really on the 49er roster, I would say a high percentage, can point to some semblance of adversity, whether it's personal or team oriented, that they can reflect on and use as motivation.
When we think about the 49ers and the type of opponents they have faced in the past couple of months, where's your concern level? Because the LA Rams came in to Levi Stadium, and Matthew Stafford, I mean, granted, he is playing MVP level football this year, but he essentially did whatever he wanted, and that was 42-26. The Niners got it to one score, but they never were able to get the ball with one score because Stafford just kept finding an answer over and over. Indianapolis, not a playoff caliber team, but still you had to shut down Jonathan Taylor, which they did. And as great as Phillip Rivers was playing and checking everything at the line of scrimmage, they did make some nice adjustments to slow him down there in the second half. The Chicago Bears was really the next best opponent in that mix of recent memory, where that's a playoff caliber team. They're going to win the NFC North, with the Packers losing to the Ravens on Saturday night. And, still Caleb Williams throws for over 300 yards. And for as much as the 49ers, and we've talked about how well they thrived, well, the Chicago Bears still finished with 440 yards of net offense on their own. So I'm not trying to take away from the defense and the credit they deserve for the tackles they were able to make in whether it was Kalia Davis to make it a field goal instead of a touchdown there on the field goal drive, whether it was Diamador Lenore stopping the hook and ladder at the 2. But by and large, Luther Burden, Colston Loveland, those two rookies just did whatever they wanted against the 49ers coverage all night.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the team that they have. So it's not, concern. I think everybody knows and understands the fact that in any given week, and, the defense can lose them the game in any given week. It could have happened last night. And there may be a game coming up here where they play a similar game and the offense is awesome, and maybe there's one mistake and the defense can't quite finish the deal at the end, and it's going to be heartbreaking. But I think everybody understands, that it's just, in some ways going to be a roll of the dice if the defense is in a position like they were last night in the playoffs, especially if they have to do it in the Seattle game in some form and then in a playoff game. Let's just say even if they have home field advantage in the bye, right? You still would be at a minimum maybe 3 more games before the Super Bowl that the defense may find itself in a position where it has to win in the same way. And I think everybody understands how vulnerable this defense is at this point. So you give them the credit for being able to step up and make the plays when they've had to, enough in conjunction with an absolutely phenomenal offense. But the concern doesn't change. Like, you're very concerned if you're a 49er fan about the defense. You're extremely concerned because you're going to have to probably sweat it out again, maybe multiple times, like you did last night. And I think, anybody with an understanding of football and just, the nature of, if you continue to play games like that, eventually you're probably going to get bit in one of them. I think everybody understands that, but it's just the reality of the situation. So you have to accept it and just enjoy the roller coaster to the finish line and hope that your team can come out on top. Like, I don't really think there's anything that can be done that's going to make it better or make it different. I mean, I think we've seen enough to kind of know where this team stands as it relates to the defense. They're going to have to get some third down stops. They're going to have to get an opportunistic turnover. They're going to have to hold a team to a field goal a couple of times where maybe a touchdown could lose it. And then they may very well have to get the big stop late in the game. It just is what it is. And look, it's still been a successful enough formula to put the 49ers in this position So why can't it be a successful formula to finish the deal? That's the part where I'm kind of coming around, Greg, is the notion of, can they keep doing it the way they're doing it? And the more they keep doing it the way they're doing it, the more I'm inclined to believe they can keep doing it the way that they're doing it. But I wouldn't anticipate anything necessarily changing, while understanding that, eventually it may get you got.
I mean, you kind of opened up this can of worms a little bit earlier. I think we were talking with Cam Inman, but it was, is this a sustainable situation? And the answer to that is obviously no, it's not sustainable. Does it have to be sustainable? Is it 6 weeks sustainable? If you win this next week, then we're talking 3 more games. Could it be short-term sustainable? And the answer, if Brock Purdy is playing this level of football and the offense is this dialed in, the answer actually might be maybe. The answer could be yes to that. Now, again, the margin for error is very, very slim. And I think we did see that last night. So while there's a lot of praise to be thrown around this morning, again, if Brock Purdy and the offense don't go near perfect game off of that first play in the pick six and spotting Chicago 7 points, I think it's going to be really, really tough to take the win. And by the way, even with that context, had Caleb Williams gotten a little bit more free, or he hits Devin Duvernay in stride, or he looks at Swift in the flat, or whatever, and the Bears score a touchdown, the tone is very different this morning, and we are talking about, hey, look, Brock Purdy made one mistake. There was one fatal flaw. It was the first pass of the game, and that was enough to seal the 49ers' fate in that. But you could woulda, coulda, shoulda your way through any NFL season, and the reality is the 49ers, more times than not, probably more times than you would expect an average NFL team to do, any of those critical inflection points in a game, they have found a way to do just what they need to do to put themselves in position to win, to grasp the victory. And that's why we're talking about a 12-14 with all they've overcome, and not even 10-6 or 9-7.
And it may, and that doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to play out exactly the same way. I mean, maybe you get an early turnover in a game that gives you an extra possession, and you go down and you score off of that, right? If the 49ers had been able to get one turnover, and then you keep the offense rolling at the rate that it was, maybe you get up 2 scores, and then you just kind of maintain, kind of like the Indy game, right, where you get the lead, and then all of a sudden it gets to a point where you're up 14, and then you're up 7, and you're up 14, and you're up 7, then you're up 10, then then you're up 3, then you're back up 10. Like you may just you can't come through on offense on one possession, but then you get one more stop, or you hold somebody to a field goal, and then maybe the game's tied, and then you go down at the end and you bleed the clock and you win the game on a field goal. Like, there's different versions of what we saw last night and in Indy, to where you can win the game with that same overall I would say level of defense. But I think for the most part we've kind of seen how they're going to have to get it done, and I think it does make you wonder, and we had a couple of callers earlier, is there something else going on here? Is this team kind of a team of destiny? I know there hasn't been a team before last night that's been more charmed, I think, in terms of their good fortune late in games, as the Bears. But you know what? Maybe the 49ers, who have dealt with a lot of adversity in their own right, maybe they're going to be the team that ultimately, proves to have those things work out in their way in the biggest of the big moments. The games that need to get you to the 1 seed, and the games that need to get you into the Super Bowl, and then you figure it out from there, and maybe you get Fred Warner back in one, and that gives you a boost, and you just look to attack it in that form. And 2 weeks to come up with a game plan for somebody if you're in a Super Bowl, and Robert Saleh breaking it down. So I think it's getting more and more likely by the week that the 49ers have the ability to actually pull this off than less likely. That being said, though, you do have to go into it fully acknowledging that in any given week you could get got if the margin for error is going to be as thin as it seemingly is right now.
49ers doing a little bit of living on the edge. Maybe that should be our song, Aerosmith's Living on the Edge today. But 808 KMBR is the number. Still got time to take your calls. About 45 more minutes here, and then we'll give it off to some college football bowl games. But we got a 7 to 11 show today. In for Murph and Marcus, it is Silver and JD. And coming up in a bit, I want to get into the Kyle Shanahan discussion, JD. Is he the coach of the year? Does he have to win this game to be considered coach of the year? Does it matter ahead of week 18? Let's talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
After the conclusion of Warriors and Nets tonight, don't miss Dubs OT with JD.
Sean Dickinson.
He'll have all the postgame sound, stats, and Kyle Har will make a cameo.
Yeah, happy holidays. Good to be with you too.
Tune into KNBR tonight for the best Warriors postgame show in the Bay. All on KNBR, the
Pat Spencer is tough as nails.
leader.
Kyle, you're one win away from the bye in the first seed. What did you say to the guys in the locker room afterwards?
I mean, we've earned this. This is the game that we want. We love that it's here. We love an opportunity to never leave here again this year, and we got that opportunity Saturday night.
That was Larry Kruger asking Kyle Shanahan what he thought of what's coming ahead this Saturday, 5 o'clock kickoff. And Scott Van Pelt on SportsCenter was pleased to learn that he got both of the NFC divisional showdowns. So exactly. So we had Panthers Bucks is going to be one of them, and then the much more exciting one. And yeah, I could say that biased or unbiased. Saturday night, that's prime time right there. And another short week here for the 49ers as they get ready to face the Seahawks, who took care of Carolina yesterday. And this is what we envisioned, Papa and I, all the way back a month ago when we did our math. And we love to get into the weeds on the probability and the seeds and the tiebreakers and the scenarios. It happened. Seattle beat the Rams on Thursday Night Football when they looked dead. And that meant that all the 49ers had to do was win out, because in doing so, they beat Chicago, check. And in doing so, they would beat Seattle, which is to be determined, to get the number 1 seed. So, JD, on the Kyle Shanahan front, I know there's been a lot of talk about Coach of the Year and the award. And look, I understand that Kyle Shanahan himself at this point probably could care less about winning this award. Does he have a strong case either way with what happens on Sunday? Absolutely. But I'm now at the point, as the 49ers continue to just tally off win after win, if the 49ers get this win on Sunday over the Seattle Seahawks, Kyle Shanahan has to be your Coach of the Year. We get so caught up in who turned around a culture and who made a bad team competitive. And just look at the recent list of award winners on this. It's like Kevin Stefanski has done it a couple of times. Kevin O'Connell, who is great. Sean McVay did it in his first year, and he has had the longevity. But Matt Nagy, these guys have not stuck around, or they've had such inconsistent results. Do you remember back before the Chargers and 49ers were getting ready to play that preseason game in the final week, and we compared Shanahan versus Harbaugh in their 49ers tenures? And I'm thinking, if Shanahan's able to turn this thing around and have a third run at being a really competitive team, then he absolutely surpasses Harbaugh on that list in terms of the resume. So, this guy has outdueled just about everyone in his path. He has not lost a halftime lead. He has done this with multiple quarterbacks, not to mention the Brandon Ayuk situation and every other piece of adversity that is beyond just your normal injuries in an NFL season. If the 49ers get the number 1 seed, no disrespect to what someone like Mike Vrabel or Sean Payton or the coach they're going to see this weekend and Mike McDonald has done, but Kyle Shanahan is unquestionably your Coach of the Year if they get this number 1 seed.
Yeah, I think he should have already been very much in the conversation more than he had been even before the last 2 games. To me, getting this team into the playoffs would have been enough to be in the conversation had they gone 10-7 or 11-6. But you look up now, and they're sitting here at 12-4. Might get to 13-4, which would equal the record from 2 years ago in the Super Bowl year, and equal the record as the 2022 season after Christian McCaffrey comes over and they drop the first game McCaffrey plays in and then win 10 in a row plus 2 playoff games to get all the way to the NFC Championship in Philly before Brock Purdy got hurt and the Eagles went on to win that one. 13-4 is almost unfathomable when you look at the injuries, not only to Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, but also to Brock Purdy, and winning games with the backup quarterback and not having your all-pro future Hall of Fame tight end and not having any semblance of healthy wide receiver play. The job that Kyle Shanahan has done is just absolutely phenomenal, and I don't think he's going to get it. For all the reasons that you laid out, Vrabel, you go from bad to good, and that tends to carry more weight, and that's exactly what the Patriots are doing. Although, again, you don't think of the 49ers as a team that went from bad to good, but the Niners are, even if you want to use that as your framework, did go from a 6-11 to whatever it is, at least 12, if not 13 wins. But yeah, it typically is Liam Cohen, big-time turnaround. Mike Vrabel, big-time turnaround, going from bad to good. Sean Payton, they were a good team. I would throw Sean Payton out because they were a playoff team a year ago that wound up getting beat. And then, of course, Ben Johnson is going to get the nod. 49ers and Kyle Shanahan bedamned, beating them last night. Ben Johnson gets the nod because the Bears obviously wind up being a team that's going to go worst to first, or already has gone worst to first, clinching the division in the NFC North. So the history of the award dictates, for the most part, the fact that if you go bad to good or have an early turnaround in your tenure, that's when you get it. The irony is, going back to 2019, Kyle Shanahan didn't win it in 2019 when it was that first year where the Niners went from bad to good, coming off of the aftermath of the Harbaugh era, where things got ugly in 2015 and 2016 and were ugly in 17 and 18 because of the Jimmy Garoppolo era, the first 2 years of Shanahan's tenure. So he didn't get the nod then, and I think it's a shame he's not going to get the nod now. But I wholeheartedly agree. And again, I was making the case weeks ago that just getting this team into the playoffs, considering the circumstances, was Coach of the Year worthy. Now you add a potential 1 seed as a cherry on top after that. And I think you're spot on, although the history tells you that it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and I'm saying that the history be damned if the 49ers end up getting the number 1 seed. I get it. I've accepted for the better part of the last couple of months that it's an award that Kyle Shanahan's not going to win. He's probably wasn't even in the top 3 of consideration. But if we're talking about the road to Santa Clara goes through Levi's, I don't see how you go any other way with this. There's culture changed, JD, and then there's culture sustained. When you look at during Kyle Shanahan's time, here are your coaches of the year. 2017, Sean McVay. Well, that was a culture change, and then he went on to sustain it and become a champion. Matt Nagy, 2018, no longer the coach of the Bears. 2019, the year that Kyle Shanahan really turned it around and didn't win it, it went to another established guy, John Harbaugh. Twice since then, Kevin Stefanski in 2020 and 2023. The Cleveland Browns are terrible. 2021, Mike Vrabel, I get it, because Tennessee that year was such an unlikely number 1 seed. 2022, Brian Daboll just got fired in the middle of this year. And then last year, Kevin O'Connell with, Sam Darnold 14-3. I thought he was deserving of that award. I can go through the list over and over. But my point is, you want to talk about culture, and people fall so in love with the immediacy of a culture change. What about a culture established and really digging into finding ways to evolve on the fly? Now, I forget which player it was, but it was like, does the message from Kyle Shanahan ever get tiring after all this time? And they said, look, the message is never the same. It's constantly something different. So it's not just Kyle. I get it. It's his whole coaching staff, but no disrespect to somebody like a Mike Vrabel. If we're talking about beating Mike Macdonald, then I don't understand how you are considering Mike Macdonald or a Ben Johnson or somebody else. And by the way, what's the excuse in the sense of, if you win your division, that's the hardest division by far in football right now, with 2 other elite coaches in the NFL. So I know that this is not a topic they're really going to care about as they get ready for the real task ahead and focus on Seattle. But we're on the radio. We talk about it. We fixate on this team. And we did a lot of shows leading up to the season and a lot of shows together in that first month of the season, speculating on what this team is, where are the flaws, how can they adjust on the fly. And every button that they have pushed as far as an offseason signing or staffing like Brant Boyer has been the correct button, not to mention the way they addressed the kicking situation after week 1 when it nearly lost them the game. Eddie Pinheiro has been perfect, minus a 64-yard attempt there since he's come in, which is a wildly different reality. So I know coaches are going to have to wear it on both the good and bad, and I think Shanahan was deserving of criticism at times last year, even with all the external circumstances that didn't go their way. In the same wavelength, I think he's deserving of a lot of praise for what he's been able to pull off. So that's my pitch, though. If they win, you got to give it to Kyle Shanahan.
And this is the best head coaching job that Kyle Shanahan has done in his 49er tenure also. I mean, more with less. And again, I don't say that in a disrespectful way. It's a respectful it's depending more on your offense and maximizing an offense that has had to be at the level that he's been able to get it to because of the deficiencies on defense. But that's not to say that the defense has not played a part in a lot of these wins, especially early in the season, and hell, even more recently. But yeah, I think that's the other part of it. Is you can say, Kyle Shanahan was deserving in 2019. You can say he was deserving in 2021 for getting a team that looked like things could have severed in the middle of the year to a NFC championship game. You could have said the same thing in 2022, right? I mean, you end up with three different quarterbacks, basically. The guy you thought was going to start, Jimmy Garoppolo, the guy that you couldn't quit, and then ultimately Brock Purdy gets you to the NFC championship game. All of that being said, you have another Super Bowl appearance 2 years ago. All of that being said, I don't think there's much doubt that this is the best coaching job that Kyle Shanahan has done in his entire career.
I wholeheartedly agree. And a really good text here from the 408. Throughout most of the parts of the season, Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh have done more with less compared to a lot of other coaching staffs. Coaching has been overall pretty stellar this season. And I think why I get so passionate about this discussion and this topic is that when we focus on the 49ers as intensely as we do, JD, we focus on the good, the bad, the ugly, the criticisms, and maybe some of the praise that they get nationally. But I can't adhere to the double standard, which gets applied to Brock Purdy a lot, and what we kind of opened up the show with, where you can't have it both ways in the sense of, oh, well, look at all the star players you have, and, oh, you have Christian McCaffrey, so that makes it a lot easier on your offense, and that's why you went to the Super Bowl in 2023. You don't get to have that argument and then also not acknowledge what they're doing this season with all of the injuries and the adversity and their $30 million wide receiver not wanting to be part of the team, having to have a backup quarterback play half of your season. You don't get to have all of those circumstances and then downplay it if you're going to downplay all the things that went in their favor the last time they went to the Super Bowl.
No, you most definitely don't get a chance to do it. So we'll see. Again, I don't even think – I know you made the point about the last game of the year, and if they can get the 1 seed and they can beat Seattle, like I'm not even considering McDonald because McDonald had a good team last year that didn't make the playoffs but ended up 10-7. So, I mean, you add that in – and we'll see where this team, ultimately winds up and if they can get the job done. But I think they should have been in that conversation even before the win last night and even before the win in Indy. I mean, this team got to a point where they were 10-4 and made the playoffs with 3 games to spare. That's an incredible feat in of its own, given the circumstances that this team has had to deal with over the course of the entire season. Phenomenal effort.
808 KMBR, if you've got thoughts on this matter. About a half an hour left here at Silver and JD, filling in for Murph and Marcus. Then we've got the Birmingham Bowl, a little college football, and you will have an afternoon edition of Dirty Work following that broadcast, all coming your way on the Sports Leader. All right, with the final half hour or so, we want to take your calls and read your texts, but let's also get back into the man of the hour last night, or really, I should say the man of 3 hours, because if you don't get 3 hours of brilliance from the Brock Star, we're not talking about a 49ers team that has 12 wins today. Number 13, hit the Dougie, do whatever you got to do. Brock Purdy talk when we come back on the Sports Leader.
I mean, he's a Hall of Fame coach. So, I mean, to be able to have him draw up stuff and scheme stuff up for us and put guys in certain positions and for us to just go out and execute, be on top of our stuff every single play, we're grateful to be playing for him, man. So, obviously, every single week he goes all in and gives everything he's got for this team, this organization, to make sure we're put in the right positions and to go out and have a chance. And so anytime we step out in the field with him as our play caller, man, we're always going to have a chance.
That's Brock Purdy speaking on his head coach, Kyle Shanahan. And when those two are in lockstep, good things tend to happen here with the San Francisco 49ers. And it sure did last night, even with a hiccup on the first play. Bears immediately go up 7-0. But from there, it was a full-on shootout. By the way, first time in a regular season that a game has been tied at 7, 14, 21, 28, and 35. So we were going full college football style there. It was Brock Purdy back in Iowa State putting up those kind of numbers, except he was doing it against grown men, and the 49ers hold on to win it 42-38. Now, we've been talking about the coaching staff. Let's get over to the phone lines. Pete is out on the road and wants to weigh in on Robert Saleh. What's up, Pete? You're on with Silver and JD in for Murph and Marcus.
Right on, brother. I was at the game last night, and I got to say, what a game. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about how the defense couldn't hold up, but I think in that final play, they showed a lot of grit, dropping 9 into coverage and managing to confuse Caleb and win the game. It was an awesome game to be at, though. Thanks for taking the call.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Pete, and I imagine that was quite the environment to be at, because even watching from the TV, I could start to hear the crowd get a little bit louder. And JD, I know you were up surrounded by glass in a press box, but I imagine that was seeping through a little bit as well.
It was fantastic. You could hear it. You could tell that it was loud. I mean, you can feel it. I always try, and didn't get a chance to last night, but I typically will try to step out and get into the open air a little bit for some point of the game. I can sneak out for it, but no, you could definitely feel it even through the glass, just how loud it was, and loud and enthusiastic throughout the whole lead up to the game as well. There's nothing better than a night game at Levi's. It's a great night game stadium, and the 49ers' success in a lot of these Sunday night and Monday night games, I think, has rang true through it. But yeah, the Niner fans get up for the biggest of the big games, and last night was without a doubt the biggest game on the schedule to date that's been played at Levi's. Remember, it's kind of you go back to the off season, and we all know the story about the schedule. But, I mean, I think I called it the least sexy schedule I've ever seen an NFL team have. But then you look at, besides the division games, like what were the games that stood out in terms of, must-see type games at Levi's Stadium, even, when the thing came out going all the way back to the middle of May. This game became that because of what the Bears have done and because the 49ers have been close to the best version that they can be, coming into the game last night at 11-4. But last night lived up to all of it. There were some Bears fans in the house. That's obviously a storied franchise with a lot of history and a vast fan base. But the 49er fans were more than up to the challenge last night in the biggest of the big games. I think you could make a case, Greg, that, and I said this last night on the post-game show, I think it was the best regular season game in the history of Levi's Stadium. Now, there have been a couple big, the big comeback against the Lions in the playoffs, the dominance over the Packers in the NFC Championship game in January of 2020 in that 2019 season. But aside from the two games that have put the Niners into the Super Bowl that have been played at Levi's Stadium, I think the game last night goes down in the history going back to 2014 and it opening as the best game in the history of the stadium in the regular season.
I mean, and depending on what happens 5 days from now, 5 days and about, another 6 hours, less than that as we're coming up. No, a little more than 6 hours. See, my math is all off. I'm on the morning show brain now. John Joe Curley's going to start to see me fading as he's not on his 3 a.m. schedule just yet. But with a 5 p.m. Saturday, yeah. 5 days and
5 days, 6 hours, 17 minutes, and however many seconds are remaining in that. About 18 seconds.
I don't even know why I'm trying to do
15
times and dates when I got JD on the show with me. Like, that was my first mistake right there. Just let him take care of all that stuff. For those who don't know, by the way, when JD and I were doing a Just Dubs podcast once.
Hold on.
Yeah?
5 hours. 5 days, 6 hours, 17 minutes from Mark.
Okay. There we have it.
6 hours, 17 minutes.
Yeah, do you remember when we were doing either a Dubs OT or a Just Dubs stream, and then it was late in the Warriors season, like around March, and you went through the entirety of their schedule, start to finish, off of memory, and I kind of joked, you should try to do it.
I've done that
I kind of learned quickly. Yeah, I was like, oh, that was light work for him. So
that's kind of,
So as far as the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy and everything last night, I mean, yeah, look, Robert Saleh, what he's been able to do, and Pete kind of talked about giving him his flowers a little bit being at the game last night. But no, the energy, and there is a chance that we could have two of the best Levi's games consecutively here, depending on what happens coming up in this one. But that's a good point that a lot of the greatest 49er games, certainly in the regular season, have taken place on the road. We talk about the big play Dre stopping Jacob Hollister. That was in Seattle. We talk about the Saints game, the 48-46. That was in New Orleans. So that was certainly in the conversation last night. And speaking of Bears fans, we're going to have What Did Young Raph Learn Today coming up to close the show in about 15 minutes. I do wonder what he took away from that game last night. And, if the 49ers and Bears, JD, were to rematch in a playoff scenario, does last night's game make you feel worse or better about it if they had to meet for a second time?
Yeah, I mean, really neither. I know I got a couple of text messages from some people that I really trust in terms of their football knowledge. And a couple of different people had said, hey, what a win for the Niners. And these are not Niner fans nor Bear fans. That had said, hey, what a great win for the Niners. But you know what? Those two teams are going to play again. And, basically saying that they both thought that the Niners were the sharper of the two offenses, and basically that the Bears, from being able to kind of recognize what the 49ers were trying to do to them, and Ben Johnson could maybe come up with a game plan that would make them even more formidable, having an early look. I found it interesting. I don't know that I necessarily agree with it without giving it a little bit of thought. But I did get that text message from a couple of individuals thinking it would be even more difficult to slow down and stop the Bears. Because the Niners I did feel like, other than the pick six, I did, and the Bears have been noted for being able to force the turnovers, I did think, all big plays allowed aside, that the 49er defense, sort of using the basketball, if you're analyzing a basketball game, it's like which team's getting theirs easier, like which team's getting theirs more in the flow. It felt like the 49ers offense was getting theirs much more in the flow, and the Bears, even though they were hitting some big plays, weren't quite getting it as easy as the 49ers were for the most part throughout the course of the game. So in that vein, could there be adjustments made? That it works both ways. So I'm not really set to make a declarative statement if they meet again. Where's the game going to be, I think, is important, and the 49ers obviously can dictate that based on what happens against Seattle. Playing the Bears in the elements at Soldier Field and what will be a raucous and appreciative crowd. With everything that's gone on with the Bears turnaround, I think would be very difficult. So I would tend to think that the team that would have the advantage in a rematch is probably going to be as simple as the team that winds up getting to play at home.
I think that's fair, especially considering how this one was sent. I mean, this was a coin flip, if you think about it on the final play. Now, I agree with a lot of your friends that the 49ers looked a little bit better as a whole. Their offense ran better overall, but that's not to discredit what we saw out of Chicago, and they were a couple yards away from us having a very different show today. So 808 KMBR is your number. I guess final thoughts as far as the 49ers and looking ahead to this weekend and eventually the postseason, whether that's wildcard weekend or whether that's watching wildcard weekend while the 49ers are on a first-round bye. we know the areas where the 49ers are hurting. And every team in the NFL and in the playoffs has a weakness, more so than your typical year. And that's what makes this postseason coming up so exciting. But as far as strengths and what separates the 49ers right now, whether they're a team with a first-round bye or not, I think you got to feel good about the head coach and the matchup of him against other head coaches in most cases of the playoffs. And I think you got to feel really good about having the hottest, and if not, one of the top 2 or 3 hottest quarterbacks in the entire NFL.
Well, it's head coach and quarterback combos. I mean, to me, it's the combination of both. And as you look through the standings, do you trust Mike McDonald and Sam Darnold more than you trust Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy at this point? No chance. No chance. You do. Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. I mean, we saw that play out as back and forth as that game was. Sirianni and Hurts have a title together. There are a couple of these, Stafford and McVay have a title together. So I think that has to account for something. But I think if you're looking at all of the quarterback head coach combinations in the NFL among the teams that are left, I think you would probably put the 49ers no worse than third and maybe even second over Philadelphia, given the fact that whole thing is screwy, especially with their offense year to year. And this appears to be one of the down years for Philly in terms of the offense. I mean, you'd put them right up there, I think, on par with McVay and with Matthew Stafford, despite the fact that the Niners haven't gotten over the hump to win the title, and maybe even in spite of the fact that Philadelphia has. But even if you want to take the most strict definition of who's done what, who's actually got the hardware in the trophy case, I think among all the teams that are going to be in the playoffs, so what is that, 14 teams, 7 in each conference, I think you'd take the combo of Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy no worse than third overall if you were going to draft it, and I'd probably put it at number 2 right now.
Oh, I would easily put it in the top 2, and that's no discrediting to what the Eagles did last year, but they don't have the same offensive coordinator, and by the way, they didn't complete a pass in the second half of yesterday's game.
You might even put them 1. Honestly,
yeah,
you might even put them 1, considering the fact that they're gonna, they're most likely, they could have a better seed than the Rams.
Oh yeah, but I think as of right now, where it stands, it's not even close to what we're seeing out of Hurts and Sirianni. They're definitely above that, and Stafford and McVay would be the only other valuable comp there. So doesn't mean that it's everything, but Coach QB combo certainly is a big something. And look, we've seen Shanahan, whether he's on the road or has home field advantage, it's the win 2 in January, which seems to be his MO. So if I may riff for one moment, though, what about Matt LaFleur and Malik Willis?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he looks
not at the top.
He looks better with Malik Willis than he is with Jordan Love. But yeah, no, not at the top.
No question. No question.
Yeah. All right, we'll get ready to wrap up the show when we come on back. We'll find out what young Raph learned in place of young Tony. And we're learning that the morning show has a Thomas Morstead level of PTO right now this time of year. It's Murph and Marcus, but JD and Silver filling in on the Sports Leader. All right, well, I shouldn't be calling anybody at this station young except for young Tony. So in that spirit, what did young Raph learn today? Raph, good to have you on the board. How's your sleep schedule? And I'm sorry about the Bears, but like I told you before the show, man,
that was
look,
tough.
But you know what? That was a playoff light game, and you want to see them play well offensively. But hey, you know, sometimes the better team just wins by 4 points on the last second, you know?
I've been part of many Niner Bear games where they lost 40 something to like single digits. So the fact that we were like in it in the last play of the game was something else. So yeah, no, it was a great game.
So this was progress. You know, I like it. The thing about Raph is he's always looking on the bright side. All right, so as far as the last 4 hours, I mean, there's probably a bunch of things you learned. I know I didn't pull out any Spinal Tap references like Murph might have, or, you know, any crazy baseball trivia about the San Jose Giants like Marcus probably has in his arsenal. But from listening to us yap and, you know, having your side combos with John Joe Curley, what'd you pull out of the knowledge box today?
Well, it's an obvious one that many people know. But, you know, the funny thing about last night, Purdy was the first QB in NFL history to throw for more than 300 yards, 3 passing TDs, and 3 rushing TDs. So what I learned today was, damn, Purdy's good. And I say that only because it was about 3 months ago or so where people didn't even agree that he should be getting $50 million, you know, 50 plus, you know, and he actually took a pay cut. Just to be on this team. So, I mean, you know, boo to all those Niner fans who didn't want Purdy to get paid. In fact, I heard something like they wanted him to get traded, which is, you know, just crazy.
Fire everyone, trade everyone.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, to be fair, Raph, I think that a lot of the national pundits are also learning that Brock Purdy is good. Don't you agree, JD?
Yeah, I think for sure, and it's interesting because you go back to when Mac Jones was winning games, and it was even a debate then in season among some. You know, is Mac Jones the better quarterback? Does he give him the best chance to win? Hogwash at the time, as far as I was concerned, but. Yeah, I mean, it's proven that Brock Purdy has a level that he can get the 49ers offense to that has not been able to be matched by that of Mac Jones.
Yeah, I mean, look, what a play, what a player, what a run he's been on. And even with all that being said, they still got some work to do on a short week. So we're going to be right here for you. Only Thursday, New Year's Day is when all the hosts are off. Outside of that, we got shows coming your way. And tomorrow, it'll once again be 7 to 11. So set those clocks. Big thank you to our guests today, Tim Ryan, Cam Inman, and Larry Kruger. And I should let you know that What Did a Young Raph Learn Today is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. I want to thank Young Raph. I want to thank John Joe Curley. Huge help on the production end out in Daly City. And JD, as you've done many, many times in the last few months, thank you for stepping up to the plate. I know it was a late night, but hey, I also know you well. And these are the kind of shows, these are the kind of nights last night that you live for.
Always a pleasure. It's my favorite time of year. Looking forward to being on again tonight, right around 7 o'clock with Dubs OT, following the Warriors and the Brooklyn Nets. So we'll be packing 2 games worth into Dubs OT tonight. Not having a show yesterday because of the 49er game off of that brutal loss in Toronto. So stay tuned for Dubs OT tonight. And I'm ready as needed, but looking forward to gearing up towards Saturday and the 49ers and Seahawks.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, get a nap, maybe get some caffeine, maybe a little bit of both, just not at the same time. So always good to have JD. And with us, thank you to the listeners. Great contributions today from the YouTube chat. And coming up next, we've got the Birmingham Bowl between Georgia Southern and Appalachian State. Stay tuned for the afternoon when you get Dirty Work, Depop, and Carlos Ramirez. And this has all been sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, we can fix that. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.